Finals day number 2. It's going to your hosts for today are going to be me, Azus Amuses, and with me we have I am Holler.
So, thank you for the introduction, Zeus. Today, we're going to be having the semifinals, day number 2 of the PMNC, and we had a lot of good games yesterday as well. And I'm generally hoping to see the same things today.
Yeah, there was generally a lot of exciting games being played yesterday. We had 5 games played, and you know what? A lot of the outcomes across those games were just not at all expected. The teams they played at
जैसे आप
completely
ओवरऑल
different
रैंकिंग्स अपने
levels,
आगे
and
देख
that is
सकते
the sort of thing that we expect from these teams, the sort of appearance that we want them to show up with, right? So, talking about the overall rankings from yesterday, we have the Angry Gamers at the first place with 72 total points secured. They were able to secure the chicken dinner in the very last game and a very dominant performance coming out from them. Team Hellraisers, they were pushed down to that second position. They secured 2 chicken dinners yesterday, and with that dominating performance, they secured that second spot with 68 total points. Talking about Myth Esports at the third spot with 64 total points, and then Pyro Esports at their fourth position with 57 total points.
As Azus mentioned, all of the rankings that we had after all the 5 games that we had yesterday, all of the teams are stacked up pretty well. Though some team lost their positions on the overall rankings, they are still they're in a good position, even though. And 69 Esports starting from the bottom at the 8th position, and it's just gonna go up like that.
Yeah, and then going towards that second page, we have Galaxy Esports on that ninth position. They have 38 total points secured, and this is the final cutoff point, right? So any team that is going to be below this ninth position is just not going to qualify, is not going to go beyond the semifinals. So it's just very important for these teams to ensure that they can get into those top 9 positions. Xtreme Esports, they're currently at 10, and with them tied at with the same number of points at 11 is DLord Xotics. Team Road to Glory, REDZONE Esports, 147, Seven Sins and Step Family. Today is going to be an extremely important day for all of these teams, because if they're not able to give great performances today, if they're not able to get into the top 9 position, then it's going to look very unlikely that they can do something on day number 3.
And talking about the head-to-head teams right now, we have on number 1 the Angry Gamers Tag, and on number 2 we have Hellraisers. All of these they've played the equal number of matches in this semi-final. Although Hellraisers are getting themselves with 2 chicken dinners and are on the 35th placement points, 33 eliminations points, a bit far behind with Tag, but still they have been really good, because 2 chicken dinners are much more considerable rather than 1 chicken dinner. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, those chicken dinners really contribute towards the placement points. So you get 15 placement points instead of the 12 placement points for that second position. But that's just the thing, right? Those chicken dinners, they really matter. But at the end of the day, in the equation, what really matters are the total amount of points that you've been able to accumulate. So consistent performances across multiple games is the name of the game, right? That is how you're going to consolidate your position into the top 9. But with Team Angry Gamers and Hellraisers, they're comfortably within the lead right now. But they also understand, as do all of the other teams, that they have to ensure that they give out those consistent performances across all of the rest of the games, because they still have 10 games to go. 5 games are going to be played today, and then 5 games are going to be played tomorrow. So these teams, they have to make sure that they give those consistent performances, get those points accumulated through those placement wins and through those eliminations.
Definitely. Tag with only being 4 points ahead of Hellraisers, we are definitely going to see a changing in the rankings today. So talking about the MVP rankings, on number 1 we have Myth Levi with 10 eliminations and 2k damage, 2.1k damage, and Old Boy and 324 OP, a weird name, but sure. So these are the top 3 players with 10, 11, and 11 eliminations, and not a lot of difference in the damage as well. So all of these players and Myth Reaction, the top 5 players, they've been pretty consistent throughout their games. The damage numbers are pretty high, and they've been doing really good for the past games.
Yeah, these players, they've been putting up great performances for their teams, especially when it comes to that elimination and damage number. Something that's very important is that you get those points across all of those eliminations, right? So we do have the player head-to-head with Myth Levi versus GPA Old Boy. So Team GPA, generally, they've been pretty consistent when it comes to their aggression within this game, scored a lot of points through those eliminations. So there's only one elimination difference between the two. Headshot percentage is pretty low for, well, non-existent for Old Boy, and then total amount of damage is pretty close by as well. If you talk about throwables, that is where we see somewhat of a considered difference between these two players, where Levi choosing to throw to has utility used up to 20. On the other hand, Old Boy did not have that much utility usage. I think we do have a change of graph right now. T24 UOP is also in that head-to-head, and his numbers seem pretty closer to Levi. Wouldn't you say, Holler?
Definitely. The throwables, though, as you mentioned, that Old Boy didn't have a lot of throwables thrown. T24 is changing that a little bit. 32 throwables compared to only 20 from Myth Levi. And not a lot of difference other than the total assists, because Levi is having 3 more assists. So the stats are pretty head-to-head right now, which would explain why it's called player head-to-head. So yeah, all of these players that have been doing really good.
Yeah, they definitely have been, and I think something that's pretty impressive from T24, the Pyro player, is that he tends to be that player who's not who doesn't exclusively just shine through the engagements that he's taking, through the elimination that he's able to score onto the other team, but he's also helping his team out, right? Because a majority of those throwables have to be smoke grenades, they have to be Molotovs and frag grenades. So although you're using those frag and Molotov grenades to just exclusively cause damage or to be able to kill someone, the rest of the utility is there to support your team. Let's talk about the prize pool right now. For first place, the team is going to be able to secure 10,000 US dollars. That amounts up to 22 lakh Pak rupees. So that is undoubtedly life-changing, career-cementing amount of cash prize for these teams, right? On the second place, you end up having $5,000, which translates to roughly 11 lakh Pak rupees. And on the third place, we have 3,500 US dollars, which is 7,70,000 Pak rupees.
And talking about the rest of the places, let's not talk about them in terms of dollars. Let's talk about them in terms of PKR, which is going to be the 4th and the 5th place at 3.8 lakhs, 6th and 7th for 2.7 lakhs, and 8th and 9th, and so on. So that's some good money right there.
Yeah, that is definitely a considerable amount of money for these teams and for these players, their organizations, and just sort of, enabling them to be able to continue their professional careers and just go on about playing PUBG as they would. Well, let's talk about today's matches. The first match we're going to have is going to be played on Erangel. The second map, we're going to go towards Miramar. The third map is going to be Erangel again. The fourth map, we're going to switch up the pace a little on Sanhok. And then the final map, again, we're going to be playing Erangel. So sort of a consistency or persistence in terms of the maps that are being played as yesterday as well. So the same amount of maps. The same amount of matches and then the same maps being played. So this is going to be interesting to see how these teams have sort of adjusted their strategies coming out from yesterday, because since the pacing was pretty much the same yesterday, now you're going to have the same 16 teams playing. So the teams, they're pretty much more comfortable with each other. They sort of understand how they go on about their engagements, how they go on about their looting, etc. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams match up against each other today.
Definitely, all the stuff we talked about adaptability yesterday is going to be seen into coming into play today, because as you mentioned, all the same maps, everything is the same, all the teams are the same. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see the choice of the drop zones that the teams are taking, how they're looting, and how they're doing their rotations. Everything will be really interesting to see how they've changed and adjusted it from yesterday.
Yeah, with a lot of these variables being the same, like the teams, the maps, the matches, and the order and whatnot. But then we sort of throw a screw in the mix, right? We throw a wrench in the mix to say,
Yep.
where what's going to happen is that you're going to have that RNG coming out from the games, right? You're going to see those circles forming up at different locations. This vehicle spawns are going to be different. The sort of loot that the teams will have is going to be different, right? So what they're playing in, what they're playing with, so the rotations are going to come in. We're going to see how the teams are going to be able to adapt to those changes in terms of the map, in terms of the rotation that they're going to have. So all of those things, I think, they're just a great formula for some exciting games today, and especially with the fact that the teams' tournament lives are somewhat on the line as well. All of these things are going to be very interesting to see. But without wasting any further time, we do have the plane trajectory. It is live right now, and it's somewhat similar to the plane trajectory that we saw yesterday, Holler.
I think it's exactly similar. Yeah, we saw this happening yesterday as well. And what do you look at that Hellraiser choosing the same spot as they did yesterday at dropping at Novo? And I think the same team is dropping at military base as well. So this is going to be the same thing all around. Can't really say that for the rest of the teams, but we might just see some repetitions coming into play on this map today because, as I mentioned, all the bridge campings and stuff, that might be a bit of a deal for Hellraisers to deal with.
Yeah, that could end up becoming a sort of a challenge on Hellraiser's side in terms of how they end up navigating the map. And well, of the first circle is there, it's live right now, and just a very interesting first circle coming in right now. The circle having including those areas like Ferry Pier, Primorsk, military base, Katka. The Georgia Pool area is still pretty close by. It's not that far off. And then Pochinki, like I said yesterday, Pochinki sort of ends up becoming the center point for the map on Erangel, right? So the players tend to favor that town because it gives you a very neutral rotation into that first circle. But for the most part, you are already either present within the first circle or you're going to have to make a very small rotation into the first circle. So it's just very interesting to see how these teams are sort of going to navigate this region. If you look at Myth Esports, they've sort of opted to stay towards a bit of the edge on the map, Lipovka. And something that we've seen from Myth doing very frequently is that one of the teams that decides to stay within the blue zone for the first circle.
Definitely Myth Esports dropping very far away from the circle and maybe perhaps deciding to hold onto their positions. Although, as you said, the circles, yeah, I mean, you like waters, don't you, Azus? And if the circles end zones end up being near Ferry Pier or Primorsk, is going to be a very interesting game. Although, as you can see, one of the players from Galaxy Esports side, he was definitely shooting at someone. I think those are the DLords guys, and he might have spotted them and just decided to go for it. You just miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and he was like, hey, let me just try.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he was doing, or maybe just trying to farm up some damage on those players that are pretty far away, right? I don't think he could have been able to cause any serious harm to those players, but yeah, it doesn't hurt to take those shots, especially when your team is pretty close by and you're sort of in a region where you understand that there aren't any other players that are super close by that could sort of punish that sort of aggression early on. Looking at the rankings, I think this game is going to be very important for those teams that are a bit on the lower end of the charts. So if you talk about the Step Family team, Team 7 Sins, Team 144 1X, Team RZ, RTG, DLord, and Xtreme Gaming, I believe. These are all teams for which this first game on day number 2 is going to be pivotal because they want to be able to gain some serious amount of points and overthrow Team Galaxy, which have 38 points at the moment. So XT, DL, they have somewhat of a considerable difference between the points at that ninth position. So we'll have to see how these teams end up performing in this game.
Definitely all the teams on the bottom right now, especially 141 Sins and Step, as we saw yesterday, they weren't really consistent with their stat, as in the stat themselves weren't consistent enough because they had the damage they needed, but the eliminations, they weren't backing it up for it because, they'd be having like 1,000 damage done, but only 1 or 2 eliminations. So they really need to change up their playstyle, how exactly they've been playing. They need to take into consideration what they've been doing wrong and fix it and perhaps climb up the rankings.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is definitely going to be part of the game plan for these teams today to get to fix those rankings. Honestly, to sort of accumulate more points across the game because that is generally how you're going to be able to make sure that you land in that top 9. Seven Sins right now they are on our screen and they're just. I think they're just trying to gather vehicles. I guess they do have the vehicles. All 4 members are in vehicles, and currently they are rotating outside of the circle or just trying to loot different compounds, different regions, and just get their team members more vehicles that they can sort of use and rotate outside of here with.
Definitely, the looting is just going on. As usual, the first stages of the game are currently in play. All the players are busy looting. We do see DLord, one of DLord players, having taken some damage. Perhaps that was from one of Galaxy Esports players, but that is really fine because it's just the starting of the game. No one is dead yet. No one is knocked out. Nothing has really happened. Just a bit of damage here and there, and it's fine. It's gonna be fixed with a bit of healing. So the teams are just busy looting and just setting them up
Oh,
for glory, but But still, would you look at that? One of a player from GPA just died from RTG Hitman. Hitman not wasting any time, just completely finishing him right away.
Yeah, he's able to secure that first kill, and GPA's player was honestly very, very far away from the rest of his team. Or maybe it's Hitman that is sort of
Yeah, I
a
think
bit
it was the case
further
for
away.
either of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're both pretty far away from the rest of their squad. And I think we saw Hitman sort of play doing a similar move yesterday as well, where he snuck up onto a squad all alone, just trying to get those elimination points. So Team GPA, that early loss of a squad member is definitely going to hurt them for the rest of the game.
Definitely, though Hitman being able to take that big of a risk was definitely, it was a leap of faith. But the last time I do remember yesterday in one of the games, Hitman tried to do the same thing, but he lost his life because of that. But this time around, that isn't exactly what happened. GPA being one of the top teams, although they're still on the top 5 of the rankings, they just lost a player, so the chances of them winning this game or actually getting a chicken dinner is gonna be much less lower now.
Yeah, and would you look at that? Shahzil is already taking shots onto players within the compound. Some people that he was able to see from very far away, and just trying to leverage the scope that he had on his gun to get those kills. And Team 69 Esports, they're sort of like hyenas in a pack. Just looking at these players from Team Step takes out Goat with a very decent headshot coming out on him, and they already know who are the players and what is the squad that they're shooting at. So 69 Esports, they are not going to be wasting any time here. They know they've already got a player down here, and just taking advantage of that, rushing that squad, getting into those vehicles together, and then making a move. But then a grenade comes out from Haris onto Shazil, and now things are getting a bit tricky.
Really interesting fight going on between Step and Team 69 right now. Although one of the Step players is much farther behind than Team 69, so he might have an advantage over them because of his position. But there's a nade from Blades, takes down Wolverine. Another nade being cooked by Harris, but Blades is already down. So Harris can just walk in, but he has to be careful about Nobix, where Nobix is. Nobix coming out. This is a nade fight, but Nobix is just rushing him with an SMG. He almost got him, but still, a reflex from Harris puts down the grenade, pulls out his gun, and takes Nobix down right away. That's one player knocked out from Team 69 as well. 3 players were knocked out at the same time. One of them has been revived. 2 are still knocked out. Team Step in an advantage right now, but not much because one of the players have already been completely finished off.
Yeah, these players, they do get eliminated. 69 Esports, they're only down to 2 squad members, and they're going to have to be careful on how they end up approaching this engagement now. Step, they've got 2 players up, and one of the players, they are down at the moment, but they have not been eliminated from the server. So Step can make quick work of the rest of the players from 69. They could potentially go for that revive onto Wolverine, and that just could prove really important for them. That grenade comes out onto Shazil. Is it going to land? It looks like it does not land, misses Shazil just by a few inches, and Shazil is going to be able to survive and get out of there.
Shazil definitely getting out of there, but still they are not done with Step. This long engagement continues as Wolverine is down and about to die. He needs a revive ASAP. Saki trying to make his way towards his teammate with the use of all the nades, all the mollies, everything he has. He's using it, but he's down. He's down to 50 HP a bit, being bombarded with the mollies as well. He needs to do something. 69 making real good of the hole they have on the house right now. This engagement is going to be real interesting on how it finally ends.
Yeah, it's been a while since these 2 teams have been engaged with each other in this conflict, right? So this is sort of going to give the other team some time to be able to gain some ground on this engagement, because these teams are making a lot of noise with the shots that they're taking onto each other. Nobody, on the other hand, is able to take out RTG's Umar with a headshot from that DP28. So there's a lot of damage being caused by all of these players onto each other, just trying to get and secure those kills. Team 7 Sins, they're in the neighborhood right now. Are they going to be looking towards here, seeing that these 2 squads are fighting, so they can sort of sweep in and have somewhat of a cleanup here on the rest of the squads? I think they decided not to do that right now.
Perhaps they definitely did not decide to do that, but although Team 69 and Step having taken the same damage, both of them lost 2 players. 2 of them were knocked down. Actually, Team 69 even had 3 players knocked out at the same time, but still they recovered from it, and now there are only 2 people alive on each of the squads.
Yeah, the numbers are definitely dwindling for that squad over there. And DLord, on the other hand, they've already lost another squad member. One squad member has been down, and that is Daniel. But he is behind a huge boulder. But I'm not sure if how much help that's going to be, because Xotics just gets naded down by RTG's hacker, and that grenade is going to make quick work of that player as well. Dreams OP, he loses a lot of HP. He was literally on 1 HP there, but Alex gets taken out by the RTG hacker. We're seeing him do a lot of work this game. He's already taken one elimination, and now DLord, nobody. He's the only member alive for the squad. The rest of his teammates are either down or died, or they're just not in the server anymore. So nobody deciding to rotate out of here, because he does not want his squad to be eliminated at that 16th position.
Definitely, that seems to be the call here. But as Alex just died as well, and Rage will probably be taken down and completely be finished and kicked out of the server anytime now. So it's just going to be really down to a nobody now. So Team Tag, I think that was Team Tag, or I think it was RTG. Yeah, RTG having dealt a lot of damage to Team DLords. That's going to be really amazing for them. And yeah, I really appreciate the aggressive play from Team RTG coming in, and the car slam coming in from Hacker as well. It was really nicely played.
Yeah, and what you look at that, 69 Esports and Team Step, they are still locked into their engagement. And RTGs, I think they're sort of closing in on this as well now, because right, like I said, if you have those really prolonged engagements like the one that's been happening here, other squads are eventually going to rotate around you. They're going to hear the gunshots that you guys have been firing for a very long time, and they're going to try to come over and take advantage of that. Team Step and 69, they just have to make a decision now. Although they are within the circle right now, but eventually they're going to have to rotate out of here and just try to get a much better positioning within the subsequent circles.
Definitely, this engagement between Team 69 and Team Step has definitely become a love-hate commitment at this point. They can't really let them go, but they can't let them, they have to take the fight. They can't really do anything at this point. So Team 69 tucked in a house right now. Team Step, with Saki being in the right house, right parallel to it. But one of the Team Step players has a really good position on Team 69. He's a bit far away, but that'll give him a better shot, better advantage over Team 69 trying to push up to Saki. There's the shots fired. Team shots are losing a bit of HP. Climbing up, damaging Saki with AKM, and yeah, it's two players. Saki can't really do much, and yeah, there it is. Team Step being eliminated from the server by Team 69. That long engagement is finally coming to an end.
Yeah, but you really have to wonder there, right? Did 69 Esports actually, emerge as the winners here? Because what have they really done here? Instead of getting eliminated, they got 3 kills, 3 elimination points, but they ended up losing 2 of their members within the process. They ended up losing a lot of valuable time because that engagement was just so long. So now it's going to be interesting to see if 69 Esports can, sort of take cover into this game, because they only have 2 members, and I think they're probably running low on utility and a lot of resources that they wasted during that engagement.
Definitely, now we are looking at Team Galaxy and Sam, and once again Team RTG, who have been these guys have been really explosive. Even if you look at Umer's stat, he currently has 145 points of damage, which is really good at this stage of the game for a player. Hacker taking down Shazil. Shazil has been knocked out. It's all down to Josefa. They're not in the same house, so we can't really hope for a revive to come in. There's the nade being cooked. I think RTG Umer is trying to finish Shazil off, but he doesn't really. I don't think he knows about the position of Hacker right now. Shazil might just die from the molly. He does, and now it's all down to one player from Team 69. Josefa, they don't really know about the position of that player because, he hasn't really been making any sounds. But soon enough, they will. They don't need to step out. They've heard the footsteps. They're going to rush him anytime now.
Yeah, his location has been revealed because of the tactical position that Hacker, one of the RTG members was positioned on, because he was getting a bird's eye view, and that's just exactly what happens. Dream OP just comes in and he takes out 69 Esports. So would you look at that, Holler? I just think it's a really gratifying moment when an analyst's prediction comes exactly true, right? We talked about how 69 Esports and the squad that they were engaging, Team Step, they were wasting a lot of time in that engagement. 69 Esports did end up winning that engagement, coming up on top somewhat, right? But they only had 2 squad members remaining, and Team RTG, they were just circling them like vultures, and they saw the carcasses and they took advantage.
Oh, that's a lot of cars. It's being fast and furious out there in the field. out. He's trying to take down one of the cars, at least, get any shots he can, but isn't really able to land any as of now. The other Galaxy players were trying to do the same with the DP28. DP28, Mini 14, these guns are really good for long-range fights, especially if you have a scope on them. If you have good aim, you're pretty much undefeatable on this range. So Galaxy are trying to make the best out of they can of what they have. They're just trying, but Pyro doesn't really, they don't look like they want to stop. They're just getting away with as fast as they can.
Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to exit out of that situation that they were in because it's not the most ideal for them, right? With the sort of vehicle that they have, just trying to get out of there. Myth Captain, on the other hand, takes out DLord's Nobody, which was the last player surviving for Team DLord because of the sort of earlier engagement that they had. And something that we're noticing again, Holler, if you also look at that, right? Team Myth, they're playing very close towards that blue zone. So there's a sort of team that likes to ride that blue zone very late into the game, and that strategy, sure, it can pay off for you guys, because one of the really great things of riding the blue zone is that you only have to worry about the teams that are in front of you and not about the teams that are going to be behind you pushing into the blue zone, right? So, but something that can end up becoming an issue for them is when you are only worried about the team in front of you, then your team can be in really good position.
Okay, there seems to be a fight between Team Xtreme Esports and RZ. One of the players already have been taken down. Flash coming into play. He is gonna be trying to at least go and finish him off as soon as he can, but I don't think his teammates will let him do so, because Ninja, when you look at that, Romeo has been taken down. Team Xtreme Esports being a bit far out, but when you look at that, Pyro Gaming comes into play. There is Team Xtreme Motu trying to take down, actually almost knocks out, I think. But yeah, that's a lot of damage done, and this is an interesting engagement because 3 of the teams in the trifecta are currently fighting with each other.
Yeah, they're fighting close to that very clear area, right, where that circle is closing in. So those compounds become just very important when it comes to the circle. So just trying to take advantage of that, trying to hold their ground on these compounds and just make sure that they can survive here for the longest amount of time that's possible. Xtreme Esports, they're in a great position. They have these compounds already on lockdown. They're just going to have somewhat of a shooting gallery here. We're just going to see these players, everyone trying to push into the compound and just make their lives hell. But EXT Ninja, he gets taken out by HR Tears.
Definitely, EXT Ninja has been taken out, but Team Xtreme Esports, they're not done yet. They're not going without a fight, and their revive is probably going to come in anytime now. We're looking at Pyro Esports player. They're somewhat far off from the engagement, but still not too far to be involved in it. Still though, Team Xtreme Esports in a house, team hashtag close enough, Team HR Hellraisers is there too, and it's really all of the teams gathering at one spot at this time of the game. With 13 teams left, with so much teams alive, and all of them being this close together, it's really gonna be a sight to see.
Yeah, it's definitely becoming a sight to see, especially in this very peer area, because the team sort of realizing that this is going to be a very pivotal position going into the next few circles. We have the zone closing in within a few seconds. We're going to see where the next zone is headed out to, right? And that is going to sort of dictate the pace of the action for the next few circles. And there it is. The circle's gone away from the next few, so they're going to have to circle around and push in.
Yep, there's a fight between Team 141 and Tag. Cherry has been taken down. He is being finished off. Team 141 not stopping, completely pushing Team Tag. And Team Tag, the first #1 team on the ranking, has been taken out of the server. Team 141 taking fire from another team. That's really close by to them as well. And would you look at that? Would you guess who it is? It is RTG, who have been really aggressive throughout this whole game. And they're doing considerable damage to Team 141. One of the players has been knocked. All of them are low HP. They really need to do something. One of the players is decides to escape out of that area. But with 7 sins coming into play as well, as I mentioned, so many teams on such a small area gathered together, it is really going to be it's going to be a mess.
Yeah, it's already a huge mess right now, and the thing is, there's just going to be a lot of engagements happening between these teams that they try to make their way within the next circle, and that's what's going to happen. These teams opting, 7 sins opting to use the vehicle and sort of make that bigger rotation around the circle, around the edge of the circle, and try to get in there. On the other hand, Sam makes quick work of Joke from Myth, and then Myth reaction, they're able to retaliate. They end up taking the out as well. Hitman taking a lot of shots into 7 sins players, but is not going to be able to cause a lot of damage here.
but still players have been stopped. They've come to a halt, and now Hitman, while trying to take the shots on the 7th players, takes some shots as well and gets knocked down right away. That was a mistake from him, but he's not finished yet, all right? He can be revived. His whole team is alive. We will see what really becomes of this team. Team 7 Xtreme Esports being pushed by a Pyro Ninja, feeling a bit lonely here because, you know, when there are 3 players on top of you constantly trying to rush you, you seriously need some help. Clasher and Motu are close by. Clasher will rendezvous with the Ninja, perhaps get him onto the car and, you know, give him a ride to somewhere nearby safe.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. But on the other hand, Team Hellraisers, Romeo is trying to land some grenades onto the players from Team Hashtag, and he's just trying to make it difficult for them to be able to survive within the circle. But Team Hellraisers, they have to be the aggressors because of the circle that is sort of shaping up here. Team Hashtag, they have to be careful. Hellraisers is pushing up. They do have 3 squad members alive at the moment, and Romeo, it's all sort of going to come down to this first grenade. If he gets that onto Aqua, that could cause a huge amount of damage, but the grenade missing Aqua, but just a few inches. Using that third-person perspective, and he fought out one of the players for Hashtag. He's able to make quick work of it and just take him out. And then 2 other players, they're very close by. How does Romeo survive this? I don't think he's going to be able to.
3 players on top of Romeo already being taken down. One of them, but Romeo is having a really hard time, and he finally gets knocked out. That is really unfortunate for him. He tried to fight Hashtag players on the right. That kill on the right, the players who just popped onto him, he didn't know about. He just killed him really swiftly, but that's all he could do because he was faced by 2 players at the same time. And now HR being in a tough spot, we're gonna see how this goes.
Yeah, Team 7, since they're trying to get one of their team members up, they should be able to. They are able to. In fact, with Hellraisers, they are trying to raise hell at the moment because another squad was pushing onto them, and that was REDZONE. So next, he's able to take him out, but then his entry into the circle looks pretty difficult. Divine, with those divine shots coming out from him, able to take out another player. Team 7, since they're losing members left, right, and center right now, and Dropshot is going to be eliminated from the server as well. Pyro has to be careful. There's a player rushing onto him, and then there's a huge jump shot coming out, but that's not going to matter because Divine's aim is exactly on point.
Amazing play from Divine coming in after taking down one of the grades. Look at next, he just gets off the car, takes out Ninja. Ninja is down. He can make his movement towards Ninja and perhaps take on the fight with other Xtreme players, but he has to be really careful because his car is damaged a lot already, and he himself is low HP too. Ninja is completely giving the information to his teammates that, hey, he's here, come on, help me out, and revive me and kill him as well. So that's exactly what happens. HR next comes into play and takes down Ninja.
Yeah, no, but you look at that, PMNC Esports have been eliminated from this game as well. Tag has been eliminated as well, and Team HR only has 1 member alive. So we could see a great performance coming out from Galaxy, RTG, or XT at this point, and even Hash, right? Was one of the teams that are a bit lower down on the scorecard. But looking at NEG Shahir, he's able to take out Superboy with his grenade, so it looks very unlikely that Hash might be able to put up a good performance here. Clasher throwing that grenade out, not really using the angle perfectly to his advantage. Next is super close by. Aqua OG gets taken out, and that is Hashtag Esports getting eliminated as well within a span of 3 seconds.
Definitely, Clasher still trying to get next with that grenade of his, but you know, pixel perfect grenades are hard to do. He's still a bit confused about where exactly next is because he's thinking that he's near to the car, but he's already moved out of position already. So RTG, Hitman, I think he's all alone, perhaps not, but his team still is trying to take on Galaxy Esports. Galaxy Esports, with a lot of members remaining, you know, only 1 is knocked out, 3 of them are alive. They can put up a good fight against RTG.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to put up that good fight against RTG, and something that you have to see is that Team RTG already has 12 points from eliminations within this game, so they're just trying to extend that lead so that they can get a huge amount of points and make their way into the top 9 position right now. But then look at the server, there's a lot of action happening. We still have 5 teams alive. The 6th circle is about to close, and I think this is some good news for Galaxy Esports because they look to be very within the circle as well. Divine's grenade, he's able to take out Moto right now, and Negative's Pinkman, he's just trying to gather some information. If he can catch any players out. RTG causing a lot of damage onto Marwan. Team Galaxy and RTG, they seem to be the main contenders for the chicken dinner this game.
It's looking so good for Xtreme Esports, but they have been wiped out. So it's RTG versus Galaxy Esports. Galaxy Esports constantly suppressing fire on RTG. There's nothing really they can do other than maybe, smoking themselves out and making their way out of this mess. RTG Umar being the most closest the person to Galaxy Esports is going to be having a hard time. But I think those smokes are going to help him out to escape. Divine, though, just being prone and making his way towards RTG, this can prove fatal for RTG if they let him go unnoticed. He can get up real close and, perform quick spray down. Galaxy Esports already up close to RTG. Honestly, he's going to take down Hitman and Swanky coming into play as well. Umar has been taken down as well. So RTG in a really bad spot. 2 of the players are knocked out. Only 2 of them are alive. Galaxy Swanky pulls out his nade, but he tries to put it away. Negative is also coming to play. They're third person in this whole scenario. They're looking at it from a third person perspective. Shahid taking down Odyssey. Shahid taking down another person as well. Make it 2. Buzz it up real close to 2 of the knocked players. He might finish them up, and there's a spray down. Perfectly played from Negative Esports.
Yeah, and they're able to take out the entire squad of Galaxy right there. And now it's RTG versus Team Negatives at the moment. Pyro is still another player that's alive. Negative and RTG, they're both down to 3 members at the moment. Dream OP. He's trying to spot out these players from Negative. They are in a very good position. Shahir is able to take out Divine, and now it's just down to these 2 squads. Team RTG versus Team Negative. They both have great chances of being able to win this one. Buzzet is on low HP. Shahir is spotted. Dream OP can see him. He's going to get up and try to take him out, but then he gets behind cover right at the last moment. This is looking to be a very interesting exchange between these 2 teams. We're going to see who ends up winning. Pinkman takes out Umar OP with a headshot onto him, and I think that might spell disaster. He has to get up. Hacker gets taken out as well, and Shahir is doing a lot of work, and there it is, guys. That chicken dinner getting picked up by Team Negative. A very valiant effort coming out from Team RTG over there, but it's Team Negative that end up securing the very important chicken dinner for themselves.
Yep, definitely. That was really amazing. Although amazing performances to be seen by the teams such as RTG, they were really good throughout the game. They were super aggressive and they actually lived up to what they were trying to do because, yeah, they were being aggressive, right? That can cost you a lot. But as you saw from the very first kill that Hitman got on the very farther side of the map on the single player from, I guess, Team GPA, that's where it all started from. And they continued their performance consistently with that.
Yeah, just I think taking up that momentum and just using that momentum, keeping it alive till the very end of that game, and then just securing that chicken dinner is just a great performance coming out from Team Negatives. And on the other hand, we really have to put some emphasis towards Team RTG because they had 12 elimination points the last time I checked, right? So and finishing the game off at second, that is really going to help their placement because if I'm not wrong, they were outside that top 9 position that are going to qualify. So just a great performance coming out from all of these teams, the Team RTG, Team Negative, Team Galaxy. Team Galaxy was just a bit unlucky. They fell a bit short because they were taking on RTG and they were sort of winning that engagement. They were able to get 2 of their players down as well, but then they got third-partied super hard by Team Negative. They were not expecting them to show up from the angle that they did, and Team Negative, they were able to make quick work off of Galaxy Esports.
So thank you for the analysis, Zeus. And now stay tuned because we are going to be taking a short break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship semifinals. It's day number 2, and what an exciting first game we just had on Erangel. These teams, they were just not letting go. Their foot were on the gas pedal throughout the entire game. We just saw so many engagements happening and coming out from all of these players where just did not stop throughout. Holler was having a very difficult time keeping up with the action himself.
Definitely, I was having a really hard time keeping up with all the action because especially the encounter that still hasn't gotten out of my mind was the one between Team 69 and the other team they were up against. It was a really they Step Family and Team 69, they were up against each other for such a long time. I don't think
में जिन लोगों ने बहुत हाइक दी है
for such a long time. But
फेवरेट मेरे ख्याल
ended up going towards team negatives, but I think with the overall ranking that we have for them, especially within this game, did not. Sorry, the chicken dinner did end up going to team negatives, and NEG Shahir, 5 eliminations coming out from him, a lot of damage dealt, 5 knockouts, 3 assists, just a great performance, an overall great performance coming out from Shahir. And team negatives wasn't really in the conversation for that team to be in the top contender, but they have changed that right now. They've changed the narrative completely when it comes to this competition, and that's the exciting thing about PUBG, right? Every single game can end up just changing how or just changing the entire layout of the tournament.
definitely this MVP is definitely really deserving for our Shahir because the spray down he did on the players of Galaxy Esports was just amazing. Taking 2 players down in less than 2 seconds was definitely really amazing from him, and it makes the MVP worth it.
Yeah, now looking at the overall stats for match in number 6 of the semifinals, we had 59 total eliminations coming out, 70 total knockouts, 8,000 healing being used, and then 14 headshots. That headshot number is relatively a bit higher within this game, which sort of shows that the teams are becoming more comfortable within their mechanical skills, using them to be able to get those eliminations. The throwables used was pretty decent, 295 throwables, and then 25 total rescues coming out, and that long range engagement coming out from from RTG Hitman himself, 334 meters. The Hitman seems to be on a solo mission every game where he's just trying to ramp up that kill count, try to get as many elimination points as he can for his team.
Definitely, that might just be their team's strategy, getting the long elimination distance as well, living up to his name as always. That's what you have to do. But moving on to the match summary, we have Divine with the highest eliminations that are 5, negative Shahir with the highest damage 970, and highest assist 7. I think this is the highest number And of course, as I mentioned, longest distance elimination is going to be going to RTG Hitman with 334 meters long shot. And highest knockouts is going to be going to RTG Hackera, who was definitely on fire. And I think this number translates to it very well with 6 knockouts in total.
Yeah, and looking at the rankings for the match number 6, we had Team Negatives securing that chicken dinner, 13 eliminations, 15 points from that placement from that chicken dinner, getting 28 total points within that game. After that, we had Team RTG that had a very great run within that entire game, but then succumbing to the pressure of Team Negatives and securing that second position. They also had 13 eliminations, so 25 total points secured, and they were just not falling that far behind Team Negatives. On third position, we had Pyro Esports. They had 10 placement points, 7 eliminations, so a total of 17 points they were able to secure. Galaxy Esports, they fell just a bit short towards the end. They were going to be able to eliminate Team RTG, but then they got third partied by Team Negatives and then fell down to that fourth position. And the rest of the table is pretty much how we would sort of expect it, except if you go a bit lower, you see 2 squads that we didn't really expect to see them there, right? The Angry Gamers, they had the first position in overall rankings. They bored out of that game without a single point. Team GPA, similar story there. A very dominant team, only were able to secure 1 point, and then 69 Esports, they were only able to secure 3 points in that entire game.
That's fair enough. Well, they have 4 more matches to play today, and they probably will be able to make up for what they weren't able to do today. So, eliminations and damages for the team. Team Negative, as you would expect, with 2.5k damage and 13 eliminations. Team RTG, though, with a bit higher than that, 2.7k damage. And, well, that's well deserved because they were number 2 the last game. Although all of the rest teams are pretty much. A lot lower. Team Pyro with only being on 1.5k damage and 7 eliminations, which is perfectly normal. It's not a bad performance either. But Galaxy Esports, the difference between the damage and for hashtag esports and 7sins, once again, these guys, differences between their damage and eliminations are just always really different. There's a big disparity between the both of the things.
Definitely, there existed a huge disparity there. But now let's look at the overall rankings after this game number 6, right? So if you look at the rankings at number 1, we have Hellraisers. They have 74 total points. So Hellraisers, they were able to hold on to their number first position. But Pyro Esports, they're able to come to the second position and they have 74 total points. So they're tied with Hellraisers for points right now. Team Negatives, after that stellar performance from them, they are now at third position and just 1 point behind the first 2 teams. The Angry Gamers, they've sort of lost their position, dropped down 3 positions, I would say, to the 4th position with 72 total points. Myth Esports, they're still pretty close by, and the rest are still following. 69 Esports are at that 9th position, and they're also tied with Team Road to Glory at that 10th position.
Yep, 10th position with 44 points. Team Road to Glory. They're definitely making their way up. They were the second. They were on second position this game, and that actually gave them a lot of points and a good bump. And they have a good chance to get in this top 9 already. Although when you look at that team, Step Family and 7sins not changing their positions at all, being at the bottom of the rankings, they really need to step up their game. With only 8 and 15 points, the disparity. Because if you notice, the first few teams are over 70 already, so it's a difference of 70 points at this point. And it's going to be really hard for them to come back up if the matches, get to the very end. We still do have 10 more matches to play, so let's see how this team will stack up at the very end.
Yeah, and we have the teams head-to-head now, Team Hellraisers versus Pyro Esports, right? They're both 2 teams that are at the same amount of points right now, and the difference is in that chicken dinner between the two. There. And so this sort of stays true to what I've been saying about consistency across every game, right? Although Hellraisers have 2 chicken dinners, so that is like 15 points straight up from placement, but Pyro Esports, they both played the same amount of games, and Pyro has 38 points from placement. So that just goes to show that Pyro Esports, although they haven't gotten that coveted chicken dinner in any of the 6 games that they played, but they've been consistently performing well across all of the games, and that's why there's literally no difference between points across the 2 teams.
Yep. So looking at today's matches, we already played Erangel, on which Team Negatives were able to get a chicken dinner for themselves. Moving on, we're going to be having Miramar and then Erangel again, and Sanhok and Erangel again. So Erangel for repeating once again 3 times today, which is going to be interesting to see, because as the more you play a map, the more you learn about how the teams are playing, and it's going to be really interesting on how they adapt to each other. But moving on, now we're going to be having Miramar soon enough.
Yeah, and Miramar is going to be the map that we're going to head on over towards after this. Miramar is something about Miramar. We keep emphasizing this. We keep talking about this. It's just generally a very big map, right? And the teams, you end up seeing those long range engagements. You end up seeing that mechanical prowess of certain team members shining through, where they're able to get those long range sniper shots off, where they're able to get those one shot headshots and just down a player from across the map. And that is something that we tend to see happening on Miramar very frequently. Aside from that, when it comes to rotations, Miramar is a map where you cannot, I repeat, you cannot rotate around this map without vehicles. So just a very vehicle heavy map. You're going to see a lot of teams picking up those vehicles. Aside from that, the terrain on Miramar is well, very dry, so you don't have a lot of grass there aren't a lot of trees, so just natural cover doesn't really exist on this map, especially when you're out on that open terrain. So that really speaks volumes to the fact that you need to have those vehicles, whether you're going to use them to rotate out or whether you're going to take a vehicle, blow it up, and use it as cover in an area where you would have otherwise had no cover.
Definitely talking about the long range guns on Miramar. I'd say when we were talking about the RNG factor in this game yesterday, I think snipers have the least amount of RNG factor. Not talking about the stuff players do in the TDMs. That's just completely different. Just running around with snipers and shooting people. That's not how snipers work, obviously. But using them on Miramar can be really effective, and we saw that happening yesterday on Miramar's games as well. Because I do remember some of the sniper shots going off and taking a few heads off of players, and that was really interesting, and I definitely would be looking forward to see that happen today as well.
Yeah, we can expect a lot of sniper action or just the DMRs coming into play, with the Mini 14 or whatever other DMR that the players can have or that they're able to loot and pick up. So those shots they end up causing a lot of damage, and since the DMRs is just so effective long range, and owing to the fact that it's semi-automatic as well, that really helps players out when they're taking those engagements. So we do expect a lot of long range engagements. We expect a lot of action, and we do expect a lot of tactical prowess from the teams as well, right? Where they're sort of going to look at the map, they're going to look at their rotations that they can make. Whether they want to make those further out rotation, whether they want to go over a longer route and circle into the zone from a more safer position, or maybe they're just trying to be a bit more aggressive, right? They just want to head on into the circle straight up, all guns blazing, the shortest distance and just sort of see where the action goes off from there.
Definitely, it'll be really interesting to see. Although what I do want to see in this game is a bit more headshots, because we did see a lot of more headshots. The number of headshots was much higher than we've seen in the games previously. I think it was 18, or at least it was higher than 10, right? And I'm a Valorant player, right? And we crave for those headshots, and they're usually done with these snipers. You can't really do headshots with the assault rifles, and because that's just not how PUBG works. So sniper rifles and headshots, that is definitely something I am looking forward to see in this game that we're going to have.
Yeah, just generally headshots paired with the sniper rifles are just a great combination. But we're going to come back and circle back to that headshot discussion in just a bit. We do have the second map live for us right now. The plane has taken. Sorry, would you excuse me for a second? The plane had taken off right now, and we're seeing somewhat of a northern sided plane trajectory, right? That the plane is going towards the upper side of the map. So just something that we don't end up usually seeing very much on Miramar are those towns on the northern end: Campo Militar, Torre Humada, La Cobria. All of these areas that do not usually end up getting visited by the players unless the plane trajectory would dictate the players to do so. On the other side, the teams are headed on towards those favorite areas: Los Leones, Pecado, Chumacera, Mondoveo. These all look like regions that the players are going to be going towards.
Definitely, I am smiling the way you pronounce the name of these cities, or at least places, because you get that R rightly. It's perfectly done. So kudos for that to you. And we can see all the circles already being formed. It is actually really close to Los Leones, and I'm actually looking forward to it to coming down to Los Leones, because it's a big city, and a lot of stuff can be seen happening if it actually goes there.
Yeah, it's generally really a huge city, and you can get a lot of decent loot there. But it's just very interesting to see where Team 7EXT has headed on towards, right? Team Xtreme Gaming, I think is their correct name, and they're still their players are still on their parachute, sort of going on towards the Western Extreme compounds that sort of exist there, and very close to them is 69 Esports. So we could end up seeing them. Sort of locking heads within an engagement. The first circle has come out, and it's a pretty standard first circle on this map of Miramar, where a lot of these areas like Los Leones and Porto, Picado, all of these areas are just within the circle graveyard. So it seems like this game's flow is going to be pretty standard as far as the circle is concerned.
Definitely, but still, looking at the positions of some of the teams, they're actually really, really far away. Looking at Team 141, Team Pyro, and Team, they're just so far away that, obviously Miramar is a big map, and vehicles are really necessary to get into the zone. So they're gonna have they're gonna have to dedicate some of their time to getting into the circle. But still, Team GPA, they're still gonna take their time, looting stuff. And I'm actually, expecting a bit of a better performance from Team GPA this time, because looking at the 3 games they've had in the semi-final, one today and 2 of them yesterday, they weren't really able to perform really well. They were feeling a bit off. They were looking a bit off. They weren't just seeming right. I don't know if it's something to do with consistent performance, because they were really good in the first 2 and 3 games, and now they're just losing their rankings on the scoreboard. So I really want this team to not go out of the top 9 at least, and stay in the zone. So yeah, that's really what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, we're going to see how that ends up playing out. But right now, Team DLord, they're looting. They're just trying to get their equipment up, that level 2 armor, level 3 backpacks, and whatnot, and all that information. And I think #Sam67 was unfortunately AFK, and GPA Leo spotting him out, getting that shot off on him. This isn't a stream about ethics and morality, but let's sort of get into that at the moment, because I'm pretty sure we're not going to be seeing some action in the beginning as well.
Let's get in. So
yeah, let's sort of take a deep dive into that. Do you think that was an ethical thing for him to do there?
Well, it depends what the player exactly had in mind. Was he just, did he kill him for getting an extra kill on his name, or did he just kill him because, hey, whatever, it's a AFK player, let's just get him out of the map? So I think it comes down to the personal thought that you have in mind. If you're doing it for the kill number, the kill count, then it's definitely not ethical, But if you're just doing it for whatever, it's, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, so Holler is basically saying that it's all about the motivation behind the action, and not the action itself. I think Holler, a few philosophers might take issue with that statement right over there, but that's perfectly fine. So looking further at the action, Team Negatives, they're pretty close by to another squad that might end up shooting a few bullets their way. So Buzzard, he has to be careful that he does not end up wandering too far away from his team, so that he does not get taken out. A player currently on our screen is Team GPA's Leo. So in the group stages, Leo had a super impressive performance, by the way. Leo was consistently our MVP across different games. So we haven't seen that sort of aggression coming out from the squad of GPA or Leo just in general within these few games.
Definitely, but yeah, I think it's gonna be some time before the action really starts. But still, as you mentioned, the players from GPA has to be really careful, especially Leo himself, because he's somewhat far away from his team. But I think that it's not really that far away as you would think, because he can just regroup anytime now. Still, though, we're looking at one of the players from Seven Sins. His name is Coffin, by the way. That is Coffin for you. So, and he is currently, I think, just busy looting, and there's no one really up close. So I think Seven Sins they're going to be pretty chilly for now.
Yeah, and Seven Sins, I'd say, is one of the squads that hasn't really, performed to the sort of level that we expected them to. And I'm pretty sure they haven't really performed to the level that they wanted to be able to here either. Because if you look at the rankings right now, they are at that 15th position with the 15 points as well. I love symmetry, man. But that's sort of an issue for them, because if you look at that 9th position where 69 Esports is at the moment, that is at 44 points. So that is sort of becoming a huge difference between 69 Esports and Team 7 Sins. So they really have to step up their game. They really have to make sure that those rotations become better, that they can consistently, get those top 3 positions. So and get a decent amount of points from elimination, because something that we've been seeing from 7 Sins frequently across all of these games is that they're a squad that does not shy away from any engagement. So maybe that is something that they might need to change. Because if you're a squad that just kills every squad every time that you engage them, then sure, there's no reason to shy away from engagements. But if you're a squad every time that end up entering into engagement, especially early on, you just get eliminated. So maybe you need to play a bit more tactically.
Definitely, because the trigger discipline is the key to a game like PUBG. But looking at the graph, we have Team Pyro, XT, and 141X being out of the blue zone. They're probably currently trying to get back in, but still, it's gonna be a while before they're able to really do so. Because Team 141X, they landed really far away, really like the top western side of the map. I think it was the eastern side. I'm not able to recall it perfectly, but still they are on vehicles right now, and it'll be pretty soon they're back in the zone. So, talking about how you look at the kill feed, Galaxy Marlin already taking down one of the members from Team RPG, and a kill from Galaxy Esports coming on to a hashtag as well. What is actually happening? Players are getting knocked out of the way. I think we're going to finally see some action now.
Yeah, I think that was Hitman that got taken out from RTG, and he's infamous for his solo expeditions across the map in the beginning of the game, and I think that might be just one of those expeditions getting punished by Galaxy Esports, because they're not the sort of squad that you can pull that sort of funny business with, right? Where you can just have one of your squad members roaming around solo on the map and just hoping that he gets lucky and gets a few elimination points from you early on. So Hitman, he's out of the game right now, and a Team Hash, they've also lost one of their members. I think there was just that AFK member at the beginning. So all in all, I think it's been a very passive early game by all of these teams. But now let's look at Pyro Esports, right? This is a squad that did not have any very impressive performances, where they didn't top any match in terms of their kills, and I don't think they were even able to secure a chicken dinner up to this point. But if you look at their overall placements, there's something about PUBG that this team understands much better than all of the other teams, and that's something that I keep emphasizing over and over again, and that is the point, that is the idea of being consistent across every single game. No matter what the conditions are, no matter what the circle is, no matter how many squad members you have, if you're able to consistently get placement points across every game, then it doesn't matter if you're winning the game by getting that chicken dinner or not.
Definitely, Team Pyro finally, after getting out of the safe zone, they are in the getting out of the blue zone. They are in the safe zone, but teams, as we were talking about the rankings a while ago, Team 69 and Team Step, they were in a really, it was a long encounter, all right, between the two of them. And now, difference between the rankings, I feel like they should be able to, if Step Family and this team in this game are able to pull out some good moves, maybe perhaps even a chicken dinner, or at least some good elimination points, they might be able to close it up to Team 69, because I sense a rivalry coming up between the two because of that encounter that happened on Erangel the last match.
Yeah, I'd love to see a rivalry coming out from these two teams as well, right? Because of that long range and that long engagement that they ended up having, that really long duration engagement. Actually, haven't really seen something very similar to that in a very long while. The Team RC, they have to be careful looting around this Los Leones area, because I think there's another squad that sort of has their eyes on them. That's Team DLord, that isn't very far away, and then nobody is standing right on top of that hill, so he'll be able to scout everything out for his team and just sort of dissipate that information towards his team and let them know where all of these squad members are. Team Negative has been spotted out by Team DLord, and again, they were the winners of our last game, the chicken dinner. So they have a lot to prove. They still have a lot to prove within this game, but they're just going to try to ensure that there's some semblance of consistency in their performances.
Definitely the Mini 14 with the 4x scope. It's the perfect, even with the sniper suppressor on, it's the perfect sniper setup one could ask for. So DLord, nobody is going to be scouting out a lot of players for his team. Although Team Hashtag just on their they're going to be making their way through them, but will they really be able to make it through silently, or will DLord actually notice them going? Buzzit already down to 50 HP. Daniel does have an eye on him. He's pretty sure there's someone there because he probably heard a car or maybe even saw it. So he's not letting go of his scope. He's not letting anything go unnoticed. So it's all really down to Buzzit and Daniel's patience that what really will happen in this scenario. Buzzit doesn't really feel like getting out. He is currently healing himself, but negative Pinkman going towards him as well. So Daniel is not really wanting to take any shots on Pinkman. He is scoping on it, but the moment he looks on Pinkman, Buzzit takes the opportunity and escapes. I feel like that was just timing. I don't really know if that was on purpose, but yeah, it happened, and Buzzit has now escaped.
No, I think I'll have to disagree with you there, Holler, because that sort of looks like it was a bit planned by Team NEG, in the sense that obviously the timing did work out for them, but Pinkman had no business coming close to Buzzit, because he did not provide any cover fire. He did not do anything else for him, but he just acted as a distraction for Buzzit to be able to make his way out of there. So that's just great gameplay coming out from Team Negative, right? Just understanding the sort of situation that they were in and just coming up with a plan to rescue that teammate outside of that tricky situation pretty quickly. So just great gameplay coming out from them. Looking at the circle that is now closing in onto that Los Leones areas, a lot of these teams are a bit outside of it, and there's just a lot of compounds within this region. So teams are, I'm pretty sure, are going to try to make their way onto those compounds to get back to those tactical positions within those regions, within those subsequent circles.
Definitely Team 69. Oh, GPA Old Boy taking some shots and Step. Harris doesn't really connect some, but Harris is down to like 10%. He just lost 10% of his HP, but doesn't really matter to him, obviously. He probably does have healing, or at least hopefully. But on the other side, Hellraisers, with one of their players down, Popo is knocked out, but is getting revived currently. So it's going to be an encounter between Team Myth and Hellraisers. On the other side, it's going to be GPA as well. So 1-for-1 coming up from the behind. GPA with one player knocked. The revive will probably come in any time now, but still they're taking their time. Team 1-for-1 closing up on in them as well. Old Boy has taken notice of it. Is going to pull out his gun. Tried to fire a 2-bullet. Doesn't really connect any, but they are on to them. The fight is on. Team tries to pull out a nade, throws it away, and tries to escape. Old Boy in the same position all over again, has to deal with 1-for-1. Team GPA isn't really feeling ready for this because Uzair just died, and it's a 3v4 between these two teams.
Yeah, GPA Leo, he's now sort of coming in to provide some support to his teammates who are a bit damaged. They have taken some damage here, and Team 141, all of the utility is now going to be coming out from them. They know that these players are within these compounds somewhat close to them, so just trying to make sure that they can throw those nades onto them. Leo, he does reveal his position, but he has to throw the grenade. There's a nade exchange coming out from both of these players. There's a nade that landed right on top of him, losing a significant amount of HP, but he does not get knocked out.
Definitely didn't get knocked out, but hurt a lot. So this encounter is really interesting between Team 141 and Team Pyro. And no fights to be seen as of now, at least gunfights. But we are seeing a lot of nade fights between these two teams. And 141 Pyro being on they're completely toe-to-toe right now. And Team 141 making their way inside. Leo does know where Rafe is. There's a knockout from Rafe. GPA side has been taken down. Leo on the top of the house. 141 making more right. Quickly finishes Psych out as well. 141 making his way. Leo is up against a lot of people, but he pulls out the forest scope. He doesn't really care. Well, he is able to take down some players. One of them is still alive. Can he make anything out of it? But no, he cannot. Leo did not go down without a fight. He tried to do as much as he could with everything he had, but that wasn't really enough. And GPA had to fight that.
Yeah, Team GPA, they were looking to be the aggressive for the other squad. Pyro was another squad that was looking at activation, and the third party took one of their players out and just sort of made it easier for them to be able to take that engagement. On the other hand, Team Step, they are at the edge of the circle trying to make their way inside, and Team Pyro is looking exactly at them. Pyro, Team Step, things are not looking great for them because the circle's right behind them. The blue zone's going to push them inside, and Team Pyro is just generally in a great position to be able to make life living hell for Step family. So they're opting to use the vehicle that they had below that ridge and just try to get out of the sticky situation.
Definitely Team Step going out of their way, going in the blue zone, taking the damage, voluntarily taking it to make their way around Team Pyro. RTG though, finally looking at the RTG players who were just completely dominant in the previous game. They are currently surrounded by some of negative players and some other teams as well. So they aren't really giving away their position right now, because on the cliff that's right behind them, there is Hellraisers and Pyro Hunter with the knockdown on Wolverine. Wolverine is right now knocked out. Step Gold though coming back at Hunter, taking him down as well. So Hunter is knocked. Both of the teams have a knocked out players. 7-6 coming in as well, finishing off Wolverine. Pyro taking some serious damage, but not letting go. Goat has been finished off by Divine. The revive will probably come in, but they have a lot more to deal with because 7 Sins are right at their neck.
Yeah, they are right at their neck, and they are stomping them right now from the looks of it. Buzzit, he's able to throw his nade out. Team Negatives, they are now going to push out into Team RTG. But right now, it's only Buzzit. He's the lone warrior here, just up against this entire squad. He does have his entire squad behind him, but they are slowly going to make their way here. Pegasus, he sees RTG. Omar takes a few shots at him, but is not able to land that damage onto him. He sees him getting into that vehicle that could be deadly for Umar, but he decides to opt out of it, just trying to reorient that vehicle so that he gets maximum amount of coverage. And Umar gets knocked down by Pinkman, and things are looking bad for Team RTG. Speaking of rivalry, it looks like Team Negatives has a bone to pick with RTG, especially after that last game. They had already knocked them out and won that chicken dinner for them, but it looks like they are just not done with this team yet. Buzzit, he gets taken down by RTG Hacker.
RTG Hacker being taking down Buzzit, but still Negative Shahir providing some sniper support from really far behind. So this is going to be a really interesting encounter. Pinkman not really coming into the fight as of now because Buzzit is right now knocked out. So Pinkman probably has to go toward his teammates, get their revive in first, get their team set up for victory, but still Shahid with the sniper support. This is perfectly set up for Team Negative if they play this out quickly. So Team 141 also are surrounded by a few teams. Team Pyro is right on their toes. This is going to be interesting because the players are a bit separated from each other. There's a pair of two and there's a pair of two in different places. So Myth trying to take on shots to Team 69. He probably has spotted them out. So the information is out. He knows where they are. The team knows where they are, and they're probably going to as aggressive as both of the teams are, Team 141 and Team 69. They've been seen being really aggressive. So this is going to be a fight that's between the same two species. They're both of the same type, and it's going to be interesting to see how this works out. On the other hand, Team Negative already pushing inside Team RTG's area. Team Umar has been taken down. That's some damage done. Buzzit has been revived and is going to finish off Umar as well. So not a lot of Team Negative players, Team RTG's players left, but still Negative have to wipe them out completely.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're looking to do right now with the sort of pressure that they're pushing onto that, with the sort of pressure that they're applying onto that last player that is surviving, and he's just trying to use his utility to his maximum advantage and sort of survive there. Xtreme OP, he is standing behind that crate, and I think Pegasus has somewhat of a decent idea right now where his location is. Just throws his nade, but Xtreme OP, he's a sneaky person, and he's making his way out of there, but Buzzit catches him as he tries to exit that area and just makes quick work out of him. Team Negative, they took out Team RTG 2 games in a row, and Pyro 24 OP is able to take out Myth, and that will spell the end of Team 141 as well.
Definitely. You probably have noticed by this point because Pyro don't really have any chicken dinners under their belt, but still they don't really chance of the elimination points that they get. So yeah, that's really how they're making things go. Although Marwan on this side has a hashtag Adi right in front of him, throws a nade, hashtag the other players of hashtag are also currently fighting with some tag players, but Rice coming in, taking down both of the players. Marwan finally finishing off Adi as well, but this encounter is really interesting for all of them. So there's a lot of damage taken by both of tag players and Galaxy Esports players, and on the other side of the map, there's a lot of interaction between all the teams as well.
Yeah, just a lot of interactions happening, just engagements happening left, right, and center between all of these teams. As the circle is going to now push in these teams and more, Pyro player, he took a lot of damage and took a lot of shots onto them. And Huzefa, he sees Huzefa trying to make his way into the circle as well, but he has to be careful himself because he's pretty low on HP, and there are some players right in front of him who are going to try to take engagement onto him. Looking at his helmet as well, that is completely damaged, so he's just going to get, if he gets hit in the head with a random stray bullet, that is just going to make the end for him.
Definitely Hacker taking out Enrage as well. BRZ team coming into play, and they are gonna wipe RTG out after taking out Hacker, as well as he was the last person alive on that team. Now TRZ have to deal with Tag, who are right in front of him. They are in good positions. They do have the control of the houses, but Team Tag, they're probably gonna approach this really strategically because I don't think they are the kind of team to go head on in. Being the #1 team in the ranking does show the caliber of the team that the team is capable of. So on the other side, Galaxy Marwan is currently trying to poke with the RZ guys a little. He throws a nade that might be right onto DLord, and it is, which knocks him out. He has been knocked out. So it's all down to the other person of Team RZ that is in the house, Dante Boy. He has to come out and revive his teammate, otherwise it's over for him. Marwan, expecting him to be in the same spot, knocked out, tries to throw a molly. That also isn't really going to do any damage, but that is not needed by Marwan. He is going to take him out with his M4 and finishes him off right there.
Yeah, just great play coming out from Marwan. He is the lone warrior for Team Galaxy at the moment. He's able to get another point for his team, and every single one of those points are going to matter at the end of the semifinals, day number 3. So just great gameplay coming out from him. PMNC Esports, they have lost Levi at the moment, and they are at the edge of the circle. And this does not look like a great zone for them, because they don't have a lot of great cover. Sure, they do have a lot of high ground, but all of these teams that are right in front of them can just sort of look up and end up taking them out. Pinkman, he's able to take out Motu on the other side, and we say goodbye to 69 Esports because they have been eliminated.
Definitely up against 7 spins. There's a fight going on. The player, Divine, trying to get his angle on him somehow, but he's not really able to ignore his hold, but it won't be for long as Divine tries to go in, but still somehow gets taken out. So that's Divine down. Hellraisers here trying to get a shot on Cherry as he's moving in the car, takes a lot of damage, but still gets out of that encounter safely enough.
Yeah, tag players are just losing HP right now. They're all getting shot at from very different angles right now, so they'll have to be careful on how they end up surviving. I think Rice was the only player who was able to make his way into that small shed, and he's just going to survive there. Team Hellraisers, this is a common theme that we end up seeing from Team Hellraisers, right? Whenever those circles have those really important high ground positions, if you just look up, Hellraisers will always almost occupy those positions.
Definitely Myth captain though, being the captain of this team. He's out there siding the players. HR Romeo getting some shots down, a negative Buzzet, and Buzzet has been taken down. He is knocked for 2 times in this game. He is down once again, and his teammates have to help him. Romeo is taken down as well. Hellraisers are just taking fire on every team they see right now. It's once again, as you say, Azus, a shooting gallery for them. But right under them, they do also have tag players, so they have to deal with a lot. And 7 Sins as well. This is the same scenario we see in PUBG Mobile, the high ground and the low ground. And Hellraiser tiers coming up behind 2 mid players. They do have an idea from where the nades are really coming from, but I don't think they're getting much hurt by it. Never mind. Captain just got taken out by that nade from Tears. He was knocked out, and that nade was enough to finish him off. So it's really just joke and reaction alive. They're not leaving their position. They're not confident enough to do it because, you know, the low ground players definitely have a disadvantage, and Hellraiser's not missing Tears, not missing a single chance. It's just going for him, scoping in, hoping to see someone and maybe kill them. But with the support from Fofo, both of the players from Myth have been taken down, and Myth has been eliminated from the server.
Yeah, Myth gets taken out, and Team Hellraiser, they sort of had to push there because the next circle did not favor their current position. So just taking out these players, taking out these rats that were just surviving, very important for them. Tag Rice, he might end up taking out Dante Boy. He has his position, but Tag Rice, he's currently in the circle. He's very secure there. And Tag Pop, right in front of them are the players from Team 7 Sins. They are comfortably within the circle as well, or pretty close to being there. Pop is getting rushed onto by this player from here, but he's just not able to land. A few bullets. If those had landed, he could have taken them out, but Rice, he comes with the backup, takes out the rest of the 2 players, and he's going to be able to revive Pop up.
That is amazing from Team Tag. Pop not being able to land all of his shots because, you know, 7 Sins, they have amazing movement. They're dodging bullets like Muhammad Ali, but still, Rice comes back at him and provides the support he needs, and now Pop is right back on his feet. That nade did some damage to Rice. Damage has been taken. They have the low ground. And look at Hellraiser. They're just giving death from above, you know. They have the high ground. They're just looking for players below them and are dropping bullets on them. So Romeo being right on top of Rice and Pop, he has a very good position because if Rice and Tag move out of this position, which they will have to because of the blue zone, they will be right in the side of Romeo and Fofo as well. So all of these Hellraisers players, they are in pretty good positions as of now, but will they be able to make good use of it? We are yet to see.
Yeah, Dante Boy was the lone survivor there. He gets taken out, and Fofu loses a lot of his HP for the rest of these players that are surviving there. But that was just the thing, right? You took those shots, and you had one opportunity to take Fofo out, but you were not able to. So now your locations have been revealed. Had they been able to take Fofo out, it would have been a completely different engagement. It would have changed the numbers down to a 2v2, but unfortunately, they weren't able to. Team Hellraisers is just now between these 2 teams, and Team Tag I think they are not able to get into this next circle because they are trying to get on top using that low ground, but there's just not always a way to be able to get onto the top area. Rice and Pop, it's all on them. It's all on them to be able to win this chicken dinner for this team.
Definitely, it's all on them. Hellraisers also moving a bit below because they just want to go for the win at this point. They're done waiting. They just want to head on to Tag, head on, and just perhaps kill them both. But still, we will see if Tag are able to hold them back for a while. A lot of damage taken by Tag Pop, and he's taken down by Romeo. So it's only down to Rice. All alone, he's knocked out. It's a fight with Popo, but not enough, and he's going to be taken out. And that is the chicken dinner for Team Hellraisers.
Yeah, just great play coming out from Team Hellraisers. Again, whenever there seems to be a high ground involved, we just see that they are the ones in control, right? Whenever there's a high ground region in front of them, or within the final few circles, they always seem to have that foresight. They always have the foresight to be able to predict where that high ground area is going to be and if the circle is going to favor them. And that's exactly what we saw, right? Like they were just raining hell down on the rest of the teams that were down below in that low ground area. And just great gameplay coming out from Team Hellraisers. And I think within the semi-final stage, out of the 7 games that have already been played, Hellraisers have been able to secure 3 chicken dinners. Holler, that is an impressive feat.
That definitely is an impressive feat, but now we are going to take a short break. So stay tuned in, and we will be back before the next match.
Hello, everyone. We welcome you back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship semi-finals. It's day number 2. We're already done with 2 games, and what exciting 2 games they were. The last game being played on Miramar, and the victory being taken by Team Hellraisers. Right? What an appropriate name for this team, Holler.
Definitely, they were dropping hell from above. They were raising the hell. They were dropping the hell, and they made the coordination was just beautiful.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल
They
एक
weren't really
बेहतरीन
gathered around the same spot, but it was just so beautiful. It was amazingly played by Hellraisers.
Yeah, generally, Team Hellraisers, we do have them on screen right now. 2,800 damage dealt by them in this match number 7. 16 points gained through elimination and just securing 31 total points within that game. That is quite an impressive feat coming out from these guys.
That definitely is an impressive piece because 2.8k damage. Think I think I we have seen some high numbers of damage, but not. I think this is the highest number of damage we've seen, but we'll make sure of that later on. Still, moving on to the match MVP of the last game we had, it's gonna be Tears from Hellraisers with 7 eliminations, 1.2k damage done, 4 knockouts, and 3 assists. Those are some good numbers. And as I mentioned in the previous stream, that I'll be really impressed if a player goes above 100,000 damage. And that's exactly what we are seeing happening here because Tears has now gotten the MVP with 1.2k damage.
Yeah, speaking in tune to the amount of damage that Hellraisers were able to deal in that last game, I think that has to be attributed to the fact that they had that high ground position secured for them. I think a bit early on towards those final circles, right? So it was just like they were shooting fish in a barrel, right? They were all just in front of them. They had those great long range guns, and then the subsequent circles really favored them. So all of the teams were sort of being pushed towards Hellraiser's position, and they just took great advantage of that.
Definitely. So moving on towards the overall stats we had 61 total eliminations, 9k healing done, 73 total knockouts, 218 throwable used, 2 airdrops looted. I don't think that really matters, and I think that's always that low. And moving on to the headshots, we have had 6 in the previous game and 28 numbers of total rescues. So those are some really good stats. The healing done is good. The throwables are not that much used, but they are, they suit to this map. And yeah, that's really about it for the overall stats. But what do you think about these, Zeus?
Yeah, I think we saw a very long range shot coming out with almost close to 400 meters, right? So on average, you see up 350, 330, something along those lines. But at this time, coming out from Saqib, he was able to land that 395 meter elimination. So that's just a great game, a great mechanical prowess being shown by this player over here. But yeah, just looking at the rest of the stats, things look pretty average. For Miramar, the healing is a bit on the higher side, I would say, because that when you start approaching that 10k healing number, so that just means that the teams were able to, sort of take those engagements a bit more safely, where they were poking each other a bit more rather than just all out taking each other out. And then throwables were very frequently used throughout that game. So just a lot of decent stuff coming out here. On the other hand, if we look at the player from Hellraisers, Tears having the highest amount of eliminations, the highest amount of damage. On the other hand, Team Tag Pop, who was able to survive towards the end of that game, had the highest amount of assists. 5 assists coming out from him. Saqib, again, the longest shot that he was able to take. And then on the other hand, the highest amount of knockouts coming out from Pinkman, that were close to 6. So just a great gameplay coming out from all of these teams, and the way that they've ended up approaching the game. And if you look at the rest of the stats, right, at number 2, it's the position where Tears is not already at top. He is somewhere close to number 2 on all of those stats.
Definitely he is, but a point to be noted, the player to be noted is going to be Tag Rice, because he isn't really that far much behind compared to Tears, because highest damage, Tears has had 1.2k, but look at Tag Rice, he's at 900, which isn't bad at all. We've seen a lot of match MVPs with a 900 damage. Same goes for the highest eliminations. Tears took the top spot with 7 eliminations, but Tag Rice came back at him with 6 eliminations. So that's not bad at all, and he was also the last last player surviving. So that's a really good, survival time, at least top 2, which isn't bad at all from Tag Rise.
Yeah, just a great performance coming out from Rice here as well. And we saw the members of Team Tag, the last 2 members surviving at the very end and just trying to get the chicken dinner. Unfortunately, they weren't able to because against them were Hellraisers, who are the winners of the last game as well, securing that chicken dinner. They were able to get 31 total points from that game. On the second position, we had the Angry Gamer sort of making a comeback in game number 2 and getting 22 points. On the third position, we have Team 7 Sins with 14 total points accumulated across that game. REDZONE Esports were able to get 12, Myth Esports 8, Team Negatives 8, and Team 141 were only able to secure 8 points as well.
Moving on to the team on team 8 is going to be Galaxy Esports, who got 6 points. Well, not really. Let's not even talk about points, but their positioning that they're at in after this game. So let's start from the bottom. Team Step Family at 16 didn't really get any points. DLord, Team GPA, although I was expecting much better from Team GPA this game, they weren't really able to put up with it. But that is fine because they have a lot of games to play still. Moving on to team position number 13, we have 69 Esports. Position number 12, we have Hashtag Esports, and Road to Glory on 11th. Position number 10, we have Xtreme Esports, and so on. So not a lot of points gained by these teams in this previous game. So, well, it happens, but they still have 3 matches today to play, and they can really prove themselves of what they're made of in the games that are yet to come.
Yeah, and this is really going to put some pressure on these teams because now for the rest of these games, they're going to have to make sure that they give out some really amazing performances because, like we keep talking about, right? The name of the game is consistency. You have to be consistently good and consistently get a decent amount of points, right? And that is something that we're not seeing from some of these teams. With 69 Esports, sure, they're able to give that 1 or 2 really great performances in between, but then they end up having games like these where they're just able to get 1 point in total. Team GPA, again, a team that performs really well, but then getting that 1 point. RTG, again, dominant performance coming out from them in game number 1, but they were just not able to deliver into to the same tune within this game. Xtreme Esports, their things are looking pretty tough for them, and Pyro Esports, again, a team that was at that second position, tied in terms of points with Hellraisers, who were at that first position. But I think that difference is now going to be a bit more substantial after this performance from Hellraisers.
Definitely, as you mentioned, consistency really is the key because as for Team GPA, I do think, well, they were performing. Maybe they just had their lucky matches at the beginning, and now they just aren't having anymore. Moving on to the overall rankings, we have at number 1 with the unchanged positions. That is going to be Hellraisers with 3 chicken dinners and 105 total points in total. This is going to be the first team that crossed the 100 threshold of total points. At number 2, we are having the Angry Gamers with 94 total points. Number 3, Team in Negatives with 81. Pyro Esports on the 4th position with 80 points. Myth Esports unchanged positions. Once again, they're still on the 5th position with 76 total points. Hashtag Esports on the 6th with 57. And Galaxy Esports and GPA on the bottom 2 with 55 and 53 points, respectively.
Yeah, so these teams that are on the 6th, 7th, and 8th position, there's not a lot of points that are separating their positions between them. So they just have to, make sure that they're able to get some decent points within the next few games so that they can sort of maintain their position. Because I have a bit of a hunch that the teams that are on that second page, they are now going to, or they are somewhat beginning to close that distance that exists, right? Because all of these teams that are in that range of those 50 points, 50 to 60 points, that's Team GPA, Team Galaxy Esports, Team Hashtag Esports, they are not in the clear, right? Because the teams that are below them, they are slowly and surely going to make sure that they can put up decent performances, put up at least half decent performances, just get some points going for themselves through those placements, through those eliminations, and just sort of end up overthrowing these teams that exist within the lower end of that top 9 ranking.
Definitely. Talking about Pyro Esports, look at their eliminations points, which is 41 right now. And I think that's the reason they're at that stage. They're maintaining their positions in the overall ranking. Anyhow, moving on to the second page of the overall rankings, we have number 9, Road to Glory, with 46 points in total. Number 10, 69 Esports, losing their position by 1 place with 45 points in total. Xtreme Esports maintaining their position at 11th with 31 points in total. REDZONE Esports and Seven Sins, both gaining their positions by 2 places at least, are now there at 29 points equally. And on the last 3, we have Team 141, DLord, and Steph Family. Steph Family is going to be at the same position once again, but Team 141 and DLord losing their positions on the rankings with 26, 20, and 8 points respectively. Steph Family isn't really doing really well. Well, they haven't been doing really well, but still they have a lot to deal with yet, and they do still have a chance to come and barge into the top 9 of these rankings.
Yeah, and looking at the second page, something that's really interesting is, and this sort of speaks to the tune of the inconsistency that we're seeing from 69 Esports. They are the only team on that second page that has a chicken dinner as well, right? So a chicken dinner gets you 15 placement points. So if you got 15 placement points from one game, and assume like you got 5 eliminations in that one game, so that's just like 20 points straight up. So 69 Esports getting 20 points from this one game, and then just being able to get 25 points across the rest of the 6 games, that is just not cool, right? That just speaks in tune to the fact that they're not been able to be as consistent as we would need them to be.
So, talking about the giveaway, we are giving away 20 mobile phones. So make sure to follow us all on all our socials, and you're gonna be you're gonna have a chance to win these 20 mobile phones.
Yeah, these mobile phones, guys. It's just it's a giveaway, right? I don't think
Yep.
we have to say much more than that. It's a giveaway.
Exactly.
It's just stuff being given away for free, and I think we're going to have an announcement for one of the winners in today's stream as well. I think that's going to happen after that 5th game. So you guys make sure that you stick around till the end of the stream, so that if you're one of the people who participated in that giveaway and you end up winning it, so it would be a bit of a shame if you are not there to claim it.
Definitely. And we also do have a giveaway going on for 14 AirPods and 3 Apple Watches, for which the deadline has been extended to 16th of December. So make sure to follow us on all our socials, and the winner probably will be announced on 16th.
Yeah, so it's just another giveaway, guys. Make sure you do end up giving those end up following on all of those socials, so that we can have that giveaway, and then a few lucky winners are going to get away with those AirPods and an Apple Watch. Apple Watches are pretty cool, to be honest.
To be honest, they are though. AirPods though, I'm more of a wired guy.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a debate that's happening between the AirPod community and the classic "Where's my wires" community, right? But yeah, so coming back to the schedule that we had for today, we've already had 2 games being played. The first was on Erangel, the second was on Miramar. First game went to Team Negatives with a stellar performance coming out from them, especially towards that end. 13 elimination points and then 16 elimination points from Team Hellraisers. We just saw what they did, the sort of carnage that they caused on that map. So heading on over, we're going to go towards Erangel for our game number 3. After that is game number 4. That will be played on Sanhok, somewhat of a fan favorite as well, a bit of a smaller map. And then match number 5. No surprises there. We're going back to Erangel.
Definitely VR. So Erangel is still going to be repeated for 2 more times today, but in between we're going to be having Sanhok, which is kind of my favorite map, you could say. I mean, of course, I like Erangel in general, but still, Sanhok I really take a liking to Sanhok because of how it's built and how small it is. So you get to see a lot more action in general on that map.
Yeah, with the map size being much smaller, significantly smaller than the rest of the other maps, we do end up seeing a lot more action happening there. So it's just going to be interesting to see how the rest of these games end up playing out by these teams. And I think that the teams have pretty much settled in because. So in the last game, we ended up seeing a Team Negatives facing off against Team RTG once again, and coincidentally, or but not coincidentally, in the first game it was Team Negatives that took out Team RTG towards the end to get the chicken dinner as well. So and across the 2 clashes that we've seen these 2 teams engage in, Team Negative has come out on top twice, right? On the other hand, Team Steph Family seems to be a team that's sort of struggling to take those engagements, although they don't shy away from them whenever duty calls, they do show up, but it's sort of after that they are just not present in the server anymore. So I think some of these teams are going to have to be careful on how they're taking these engagements, or just sort of end up maybe changing their game plan a little with in terms of the engagement, because obviously it's an engagement that will get you out of the server, that'll get you killed off at that 13, 14, 15 position, where you're not going to get any points from placement. So you just have to be careful that you're not the team that's getting eliminated at the 16, 13, 14th placement, right? Because if you do, you're getting 0 points, and we've seen how these teams are being separated from each other by just 1 or 2 or 3 points. So it's the game is really about those fine margins.
Definitely, as we mentioned before, as you mentioned just now, that there is a bit of a rivalry forming up between Team RTG and Team Negatives. And once again, they're going to be on the same map as they were a while ago and yesterday as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how both of these teams once again stack up towards each other. The rivalry I was willing to see was between Team 69. I don't know, I'm just a fan of these things, all right? So Team 69 and Team Step Family, they were a bit neck to each other on one of the engagements on Erangel just now in the first game of the day, but I don't know if we'll be able to get to see that again. But soon enough, we'll be on Erangel, and all the mysteries will be unclosed soon enough.
Yeah, the mysteries are going to be enclosed soon enough. But something that's a bit interesting is that I think the teams are a bit more settled into the map, and it's just generally into the tournament meta, where the teams have now decided, or they've sort of shown that pattern of the areas where they tend to land towards. Where I think Team HR, Team Hellraisers, we've seen them going on towards Novro multiple times.
Yep.
And then you have Team RZ that tends to favor that military base area, right? Where especially if the plane trajectory favors that sort of drop location, if it's close by enough. So the teams are pretty settled in, I would say now. They are aware of the location that they tend to favor, the location that they like to go towards. And I think that's going to be a common theme sort of picking up across day number 3 as well. So the teams, since they have developed that fundamental understanding of each other's play style, where they do understand the areas that the team then to rotate on towards. For example, a pattern that we've now seen Myth clearly exhibit is trying to ride that blue zone into the circle. So it's going to be interesting to see if they end up changing things up, or are they going to stay true to their patterns, right? But we do have the circle taking off. It is moving on towards that western end to that eastern end, and the sort of it's pretty, splitting the map up pretty even in 50-50. So I think all of the teams will have the choice for any area that they want to go towards. So let's see if the teams end up staying consistent to what they were already doing, or are they going to look to change things up a little.
Definitely, but looking at the hotspot, that is going to be Georgiopol for this time. Team RTG and Team DLord, both of them are headed towards there, and probably it's going to be a fight, the average PUBG and Georgiopol fight that you see on the hotspot between them soon enough. But rather, this time around, we aren't really going to see Hellraisers moving towards Nova, because, the plane trajectory isn't really favoring them to go there, but still looking on their position on the map, they're nowhere to be seen. So perhaps they're looking for a late drop, but that's a story for another time. Looking at Team Negative, they are going for a really far away approach, but followed just by Step Family right beside them.
Yeah, and I think we're having a very similar circle to the last game that was played on Erangel today, right? With the circles just sort of pushed on towards that left region. Rozhok School, Rozhok isn't exactly within the circle. Pochinki, Ruins, Katka, Ferry Pier, Primorsk, Georgiopol, all of these areas are within the circle. Team RZ, we're seeing them again head on over towards that military island. HR have opted to land onto Novro once again, so the game might end up looking pretty similar for some of these teams, right? Especially with the circle and its location. Team Myth again heading on over towards that Lipovka area, but they do have some contention there, because Team Tag and Team GPA are pretty close by towards those regions as well.
They definitely are. And as I was talking about HR, that they're not going to go to the Southern Island, they definitely are this time. And they're already at Novo. And if you look at how the map was forming, the team that dropped onto the main island just crossed the bridge already and moved toward the Southern Island as well. So that's two teams on the Southern Island to be noted. But looking at one of hashtag players, Adi, he's somewhat close to two of the Pyro's players. T24 OP is there, but Adi he doesn't really want to take a fight right now because how can he? He doesn't really have a gun right now. All there is, that's the crossbow, and I think he just found a weapon for himself. And now he is somewhat equipped, not fully equipped, but he is now. So it's going to be a fight between hashtag and Pyro pretty soon. Hashtag Superboy does see the cars rolling. He is seeing them going. There's the bullets fired. No damage done as of now. And Pyro probably will escape from this contention of whatever they had between themselves, the intensity. And it's going to slow down a bit for now, but still Pyro and hashtag, they're properly engaged. Adi up real close to them, and they know of him. They just set him on fire with the molly. He's lost a lot of HP, and Pyro guys are not stopping him. They're gonna make use of it. Hunter already is behind him, taking a few shots, has to go back inside cover and formulate a new strategy to go about taking on to Adi.
Yeah, but Adi, he gets taken out by Pyro OP. Again, one of the players of Pyro that we see really shines, and OP just literally surviving by a pixel
What even
of
is
HP
that? How
right
much
there.
HP is that? But oh well, he survived.
Yeah, I think that was genuinely 1 pixel right there. That is the amount of HP that he had left there. But Team Pyro, they're just sort of regrouping up. Oh no, I thought that was a regroup happening there, but Xotics is sort of realizing that he entered the wrong compound. I think he was trying to pressure the players over there, but there are multiple players, and Team Pyro, the rest of the players are rolling up. Divine, he gets shot at during his rotation, getting caught out. Hunter is going to have to make a huge play here for his team.
First blood for T24 OP, and he's already gotten it. Pyro, the really good control on this house. Hashtag Sam is right outside the house. Both of them are reloading their guns, setting them up for the fight that is yet to come. Toxorus just going on to the meds that he needs, but he's going to take a different approach. He's going to flank. He's going to at least try and flank them from behind. One of the players from Pyro is already down. Divine is currently knocked out, but I don't think that'll be for long. Oh, never mind. Yep, he didn't get revived, but instead he just died completely. So Pyro is now left with 3 players only, and they're still up against hashtag. So this is going to be an interesting fight to see.
Yeah, especially with the sort of verticality that we have, the element of verticality that exists within this compound, right? But I think hashtag players, some of them are on the upper floor right now. So it's just neither of the two teams are wanting to make that first mistake, right? Because if you get a player knocked down, especially this close quarters, then it's either your squad's going to get wiped out very quickly afterwards, or it's just going to translate you losing a lot of time. But on the other hand, let's not forget, there's another squad close by.
Definitely teams Xtreme Esports just, stepping into the action. Hey guys, we're live too. Let us in. And yeah, they're already in the area. So 3 teams in the same area, Pyro, and hashtag, and Xtreme Esports. They're all very nearby. And it's going to be an interesting fight to see how this will go. No action as of now. All of the teams are holding on to their positions. No one is really doing anything. Pyro is just, crouching, proning inside the houses. And hashtag Sam outside is keeping an eye on them. So hashtag Superboy, he does seem to have an idea about the Xtreme Esports players. There's a nade exploded, no damage done to anyone, no one is really hurt, but hashtag Superboy, he's actually really up close to the Pyro players. Xtreme Esports cooking up nades. They know Superboy is there, and I don't think if that nade is going to hit or not, but it surely is going to do some damage to it.
Yeah, and Team 7, Xtreme Esports, they are making their way close to these compounds, and they understand that there is a squad here, but I'm pretty sure they're aware of the fact that there are multiple squads that exist within this region, and they're just trying to take advantage of that. Motu, this grenade, if he can sort of throw it through that crack, I'm not sure if he can get it through there, and that could have done a lot of damage, but he's not able to catch it. Now pushing up, but he was able to actually. Hashtag is very low HP right now. Hashtag Sam, he has been taken out. Another nade through that crack could spell the end for OG over there, but he decided to get out and push out, but that was not good for him because Taurus is going to take him out as well, and Thatcher will spell the end for Team Hashtag, or one of the players for Team Hashtag over there.
I don't know if you've noticed or not, but I'm pretty sure that nade was actually a fake grenade to, give out the sound cue that someone is cooking a grenade and just make the player paranoid that he could just explode up at any time. I think that's what Xtreme Esports were trying, and that perfectly worked out for them as well. Moto taking a lot of damage from a nade that just exploded right beside him, but not enough to knock him out. So Pyro Esports still holding on to their position inside the house really hard. They're in a pinch right now. Xtreme Esports are pushing onto them. Hashtag Esports is still around. This is going to be a hard spot for hashtag Pyro to get out of.
Yeah, and OP, he gets knocked out from a crit. Molotov coming out from Ninja, and Pyro, they are losing a lot of their players. Motu was able to finish that player out, and that will spell the end for Team Pyro there as well. Xtreme Esports, they're able to take advantage of that situation. They're able to take out all of the squads that existed there, well, both the squads that were there, and they'll get out there without having lost another player. With Superboy, he's taken out Keek right now. I think Superboy, but I'm not sure what's happening here because Superboy, I think, was he not eliminated already?
Perhaps.
Okay, no.
Now, Xtreme Esports having lost one of their teammates but still holding on really well. They have now killed, completely wiped out hashtag Esports. So they're now probably all alone in this area as Pyro was wiped out as well. So this whole intensity, everything that was happening between these three teams in this area, hashtag Esports, Pyro, and Xtreme Esports, it is finally now gone towards Xtreme Esports side.
Yeah, and just generally, great gameplay coming out from Xtreme Esports, right? Sort of understanding that there were two squads that were locked in an engagement, just coming in and just sweeping everything up, securing those points, those important points for themselves. Looking at the map that we have, it looks like Ferry Pier is once again going to be a very highly contested area. If not Ferry Pier, then a bit northern to that, the Quarry area is just where all of these teams are sort of preferring to go and regroup up within the circle. And look at that. On the extreme eastern side of the map, we have Myth Esports and what looks like Team HR making their way into the circle as well. But things might get a bit difficult for both of these teams because the teams that are already within the circle, they've sort of cemented their positions within the circle. So Team Myth Esports and HR is going to be interesting in how they end up playing their way into this next circle.
Definitely, with so many teams alive and the circle already closing up so much, all of the teams are really close to each other at this point now, although with only Myth Esports and Hellraisers being really far away, and actually they are approaching the circle from the same direction. So they just might end up in an encounter while they're on their way towards the circle, which will be really interesting to see because as, I feel like even though Myth hasn't been winning a lot of games recently, or even they're not really on that top area of the rankings anymore, they are a formidable team and they are a force, they are really good. So this is going to be probably an encounter between one of the two top teams. On the other hand, Step Family Goat has a visual on RZ Enraged. He's trying to get a shot on him, but isn't really able to because Enraged is just moving through those windows. He's just peeking his head out and just tucking it back in. So Enraged is in a risky spot because he cannot really get out of here.
Yeah, Enraged is sort of stuck in that one isolated shed, sorry, that's pretty far out. So sorry, excuse me, I think something's up with my throat. Might be catching a bit of a cough here and there. So just excusing myself from the stream. But yeah, Team Step, they are somewhat settled within this compound already. They do have their positions a bit cemented, and this is just one of those teams that we were expecting some really good things from them, but we really have not seen something to that tune from them as of late now.
Definitely, RZ Enraged making his way out of that isolated shed, as you mentioned. He has successfully now escaped from the eyes of Step Family's Goat, which was he was scoping on him the whole time. Although looking at the kill field, we can see that Mid Captain has taken down Cherry and finally completed him as well. The final kill will be dropped by Myth Reaction, so that's one kill point for Team Myth. RTG taking on this whole area, this small village kind of area under their control. They're in there in different houses, and that is a really good spot to be in considering how the zone is forming.
Yes, with the next zone closing in, it looks like I think it is the next zone is favoring that Ferry Pier area. sort of moving away from Pochinki. But Myth Esports, it's nice to see that they finally made their way into the zone. They have been actually struggling in just a few moments.
There's
And
the squad of Xtreme Esports going. Myth Captain tries to take a few shots on him, but the cars are just gone at this point. But look at that. Myth somewhat looking to make the chase for it. They want to go behind them. They don't really want to let them go at this point. Perhaps not. They just want to hold their position. You know, it's the ideal's call at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think what Myth Esports is looking to do is they're sort of evaluating the next circle, which has shown up on their map. So they're just going to look to see on how they want to make that next rotation into the new circle. So just trying to head on in, be a bit safe as well. Make sure just not a lot of people around to catch them out when they make their way into the next circle. Just so the game sort of in terms of the pacing, I was about to say has died down a little, but step 4 right there, he takes out Zaffa, and he's going to be able to take out the rest of the members as well, or at least cause a significant amount of damage. But Goat, he wants to make sure that he does not get taken out in return.
Definitely putting on the first hit, although a lot of damage dealt to Team 69. Team 69 took a lot of suppressive fire from Goat and Harris from Team Step Family there, but that's really enough for both of them. They're like, hey, enough, let's just go back to our teammates and let's not do it alone, all right? So yeah, they're now regrouped. Team 69 is now left alone by Team Step Family, and this is the rival team I was talking about. They're at it again on the scoreboard. Would you look at that? Levi taking down Psych. Psych is out of the game. So that's one knockdown, or at least Hill, and Team 141 slowly coming up towards their teammates. No one is to be seen around there, but so yeah, they're gonna be safe for a while. But now one of the teams, the formidable teams I have in my eyes, are somewhat close to each other. Team Myth and Team GPA might just have an interaction, and the houses nearby also have Team Tag in them, which is the #1 team of this time. So this is forming up to be really interesting.
Yeah, these top dogs, so to say, are all very close to each other, and we could end up seeing them engaging with each other. But that's just the thing about these really good teams as well, right? They end up trying to take those engagements on their own conditions, right? When it comes to favor them, Rice taking out Myth Joke, making quick work of him with that mini 14, and that's just what it looks like, right? Team Tag versus Myth Esports coming out, and it's not that the winner could end up winning the game, but I think that the winner of that engagement is going to have a very decent chance of securing this game as well. Romeo, he's aware of GPA. The GPA squad is right behind him, and he is taking cover. The HR is right there to back him up as well, but they'll have to be careful. Fofo sticking his head out, seeing that player on Old Boy Sir, but now getting shot at as well.
Definitely the fight between Team RTG is going on between Team Hellraisers. They are taking a lot of fire. That car is pretty damaged. Team Galaxy Esports on their side as well. Team Hellraisers have a lot to worry about right now because they're being followed by Team GPA as well. So they're now all a pearl. They don't really want to give their position away, but they already have. So it's kind of moot. So they decide to get onto their cars and just escape from that area, get to a safe side, and perhaps, make another way to the fight again.
Yeah, just trying to live to fight another day seems to be what Team HR wants to do right now, and that's what they're successfully able to, because they were outside of the circle as well, so it wasn't the smartest choice or the smartest idea for them to take those engagements outside, because sure, so you do want to engage with other teams, but wait, I'll pause that thought at the moment, because they are very close to Team RZ, which just decides to make their getaway.
They are now running away. 69 still trying to take shots onto them. Team 69 Nobix isn't really wanting to let them go. He is desperate. Well, that's how 69 is and has been, and they really want to continue that play style of theirs. So they might just go on to chasing for Team RZ, and it probably will be easy kills for them. But looking at the scoreboard, Old Boy just knocked down Myth Captain. So that is some impressive performance coming in from Old Boy as well, taking down a member of Team Myth. A lot of teams nearby, as you can see on the map. Team 69 has to be really, really careful because they're being followed by 2 teams right now that are really close to them.
Yeah, they'll have to be careful, but Buzzet, on the other hand, is able to take out Old Boy Sir. And this is just something, but Leo, he responds back.
The trade.
Yeah, the trades are coming out for both of these teams right now. But this is something that looks very impressive from Team Negatives, right? Whenever 2 squads seem to be locked into an engagement with each other, Well, there, wouldn't you know, Team Negatives is just right there to take advantage of that and be the first.
Team 69 Blades trying to take some shot there, and Blades actually doing a lot of damage there, taking down Coffin as well. So that's, I don't know who will be the one to put the final nail on the coffin, but it'll probably be someone from Team 69 as well. But when you look at here, Team 17 and 69 are also having an engagement. Team 141 trying to get themselves safe from Team DLord's nobody, because he's just out in the open. You can just take a safe shot on him. He's just in a shed. So he has some cover, but not a lot. You know, Galaxy Esports is right behind him as well, so he has to be really careful. Team DLord, nobody walking out in the open. He's a menace right now. He's taking some shots on Team 141 mid, but isn't really able to do a lot. There's the RTG kill, RTG knockdown on Dante Boy, and there's the finishing kill as well. So that's Dante Boy completely wiped out from the server. DLord doing a quick reposition as well. This is the same mess that we're used to on when the teams are really nearby to each other.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Marwan, he's able to take out Saqib as well. And as the circles are closing out, GPA Leo, he gets taken out by a car that just exploded. And I'm pretty sure there was a car close to him that he was trying to get used as cover for the teams. That's just the issue with using a car as cover, right? It has just a certain amount of HP. And as soon as point of the car ends up exploding, you are safe. Vanish from Team Galaxy, causing a lot of damage on Team DLord, and Team GPA, they get eliminated at the 14th position from the server. Marwan, he's still a lone warrior stuck in this shed, and the entire team from Team 7 is just right in front of him. A lot of smokes and then a grenade being used by him that might end up landing pretty close to Saqib, but it does not. Goth, on the other hand, ends up taking out Myth.
Yep, Team Galaxy Esports players on a really tough position right now. Well, not really tough, because it is more tough for the Sam and Sins players right now, because they have to come closer. They are using their smokes as a cover, but I don't think it'll be enough to provide enough cover for them. Team DLord constantly bombarding the other team on the other side with their nades. Team 141 has a lot to worry about right now, as Team DLord's Daniel is making a quick reposition up real close to Team 141. That is one slam. Team 141 7 deaths is taken down, and but a trade from Team 141 Robin coming in. This time Blaze also making a lot of work. Takes down RTG. Hitman did is a cluster. It's completely a mess right now, but all it ends up to is being a Team 141 being eliminated from the server.
Yeah, DLord just played that really well, and on the other hand, Team Hellraisers are doing a lot of work. Blade takes out Umar OP. Tag Rice gets eliminated by Team HR once again. There's sort of an engagement that we saw within the previous game as well towards the end. Marwan is able to take out Drop Shot. Tears, makes quick work of Didar. Saqib has been eliminated as well. Marwan, those downs are all just resulting in eliminations from these teams. And as the circle is now moving in, it's going to start forcing these teams closer and closer to each other, and we're going to just see the action getting ramped up. Goat is able to take out Ninja, and next takes out Rice. Ninja gets eliminated from Harith, and he is out of the server now.
Definitely so much stuff in the kill feed that I am having difficulties to keep up with it. And as you said, the action will ramp up. It definitely will, and it will get even more intense over time. Stephar is trying to take some shots onto DLord, but isn't really able to do some damage. And I think it'll be a bit risky for him, because he's the only one trying to take the shots onto him. And DLord, they're just completely together in a group right now. So that's Xtreme Esports eliminated, but that doesn't change the fact that Stephar is still trying to fight off with the DLord players. DLord kind of spread out right now in that woods, but they do have okay positions. Maybe a bit confusing for the players fighting them, and 69 Josefa takes down Galaxy Sam, and that'll be it for Galaxy Esports. 69 Josefa for the win for Galaxy. Fighting Daniel, and there's the car exploded, and Daniel has been knocked out. 3 players to deal with on DLord's side.
Yeah, and Steph Harris he's been playing this really well, right? He's almost just holding the entire squad of DLord alone, but the cavalry has arrived from Team Steph family, where the rest of the players are here. They're close by, and now they're able to provide that cover. DLord, the team DLord is just in a lot of trouble, because they are outside of the zone right now, and DLord is going to start pressuring them within just a few moments. Josefa taking a lot of shots onto the Team Steph family now, and now making life difficult for them and trying to make their way into the circle as well. Harris is getting that run around, trying to get in behind Team DLord and just finish things off. Rage is behind that tree, perfectly in cover, getting his teammate up at the moment.
Step are still making their way towards Team DLord, but the knockdown behind the car. DLord not looking in a really good shape right now. 2 players knocked down, only 1 alive. 69 Josefa on the other side, taking shots on hit, and a lot of damage done, and it will amount to Team DLord being eliminated from the server, and with that, Team PMNC Esports and are also gone along with them.
Yeah, we only have 5 teams alive at the moment, and they're all trying to fight it out, trying to make sure that they can get that chicken dinner. Team 69 Esports, they're alive with 3 members at the moment, and the rest of the squad, they're just engaged with each other. Hawk is able to take out Romeo, but that is all that he'll be able to do in this server. And again, Team Tag getting eliminated at the hands of Team HR. I'm pretty sure they are not feeling pretty good about that elimination.
Definitely such a small circle and 4 teams remaining only. Team Step having a high ground, still being approached by 69 Ozafa right now. How this will end, we don't know, but we will see Team Negatives in that area of houses right there. So this is a really interesting positioning of all the teams. Team 69 right in front of Team Step. Team Step making quick action, trying to move towards Team 69, and Nobix will be resulted in being taken down. So 3 players remaining, 2 players remaining actually on Team 69 side, and it is only all down to 1 player, which is Ozafa, to hold off the steps that are constantly pressuring them to move out of that area.
Yeah, and then Blades is able to take out Gord. Ozafa will just finish that kill off for themselves. So 69 Esports, they are down to 2 squad members at the moment. It's Blades and Josefa. Josefa and Blades is trying to make sure that they can stay alive for the longest amount of time. Josefa trying to be aggressive towards the step because they are in a great position right now. HR Tears, he's one of the few players, I think he's one of the last players alive for HR. Josefa being aggressive, but Blades is able to take him out, and then he's able to take out the last player from Team 69 Esports. So they get eliminated. Team Step, they are the top 3 teams alive at the moment. Team Negatives, they've shown up to this game as well now to the server. Pinkman, he knows the sort of position that Team Step is in. They had already taken that elimination, and they'll just make quick work of them. Pinkman is able to take out Hamza, and that will spell the end for Team Step. Somehow Team Negatives find themselves third-partying another team.
Definitely Team Negative joining in on the action and just ending Team Step right away, but they are going to be joined by Hellraisers as well. Tier really close, takes down Buzzet right away. Buzzet is down. That is 2 players marked for Team Negative. 1 player completely finished off. It's already down to Pinkman, who's behind the cover of a car right now. He's making the best use of it. But how long can he do it for? He does make the best use of it, takes down Tears, and get the chicken dinner for himself.
Yeah, what a great performance once again coming out from Team Negatives. We just sort of understand the meta that the understanding that Team Negatives had on this game, right? Where they just understood that they can let all of these squads fight it out with each other, because it's not the most amount of eliminations, sure, will get you a lot of points, but that also makes it getting that chicken dinner just much more harder. So understanding the game at a very deep level, at a very basic level, and knowing that you can just let these teams engage each other, fight it out. They let Step Family finish the other squad. Step Family had 1 member down. They were trying to revive him, and in that, Negatives showed up and they were able to clean the server up.
Definitely the decision on Negative side on which they decided to enter the action at the very perfect time. Although Hellraiser decided to do it as well, it was really well done by all of them. With this, we're going to be taking a short break, so stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Semi-Finals. Day number 2. We're already done with 3 games today, and what exciting 3 games they were. Just back-to-back great performances coming out from Team Negatives, and in between, Team HR were able to get one of those chicken dinners. About this last chicken dinner, the Negatives were able to secure Hauler. What are your thoughts? What are your feelings? What are your sentiments about the sort of gameplay that we're seeing from Team Negatives right now?
It was really amazing for sure because everything that happened between the last 4 teams that were in that area on that tiny hilly, tiny cliff, it was really amazing to see because all that timing, the perfect call from Team Negatives that going into that area, and also the same call made by HR, which didn't really work that they expected it to, the way they expected it to. It didn't really work out, but it was a good call. And also the performances put up by Step Family and Team 69 on the same area that Team Negative and Team HR contested on, it was really good to see as well. They were all doing really good. Just that RNG factor that you always mention that is in PUBG. It becomes it inevitably ends up becoming the deciding factor in the game.
Yeah, it generally does end up dictating a lot of things on the map. But putting aside the RNG for a moment, we have to give props to where it's due, right? When it comes to Team
Exactly.
Negatives, the way that they were playing, the way that they're sort of always end up showing up when 2 teams are engaging with each other, they sort of end up engaging. So that's what we saw from them today, right? Team Step Family, they had comfortably taken out the other squad that was opposing them for the third position. So they were at the second position, but as soon as that happened, they had 1 player down, and well, there Team Negative shows up. The entire cavalry arrives, 4 players on those cars, just making sure that they get there. They're able to take advantage of the engagement that Step Family had already just survived from, just barely survived from, and just get that chicken dinner going from themselves. And it's just not something that we saw within the final circle from Team Negatives, right? It's sort of been a common theme throughout all of the games for Team Negatives today.
Definitely, but still, I am, Step Family. Just they haven't won a single chicken dinner. Also, they are really below. They're just. I think they're the bottom team currently in the rankings, and they just let go of a chicken dinner from their hands. It was really just so close. So I think the players might have been a bit saddened about it, but I think it won't really last for long. Although we only have really 2 maps for today, and the rest of them will be played tomorrow, they will have some time to refresh themselves from this.
Welcome
Not really a well-ended loss, but yeah, we'll see how it goes for them. Talking about the chicken dinner winner, it is going to be Team Negative once again today, after winning the first map and now the third as well, with 1,000 points of damage done, 6 elimination points, and total points of 21. 1,000, not a lot because we've seen a player doing 1.2k damage, but it is something to be noted.
Yeah, it genuinely is, something to be noted. And I think that this really speaks, the amount of damage that they've been able to do really speaks volumes to how to negative play style, right? Where the general play style has not been one of all-out aggression, where they haven't been trying to sort of outshine everyone else who's present on the server by just their general prowess, their general skills, right? Where they're just approaching the games much more smartly, much more tactically, where they're only taking engagements where they really have to, where those engagements are sort of a means towards another objective, right? Instead of those engagements being a mean within themselves towards the objective to get those kills. We're talking about the MVP. We have Blades, who was able to secure 8 eliminations and 9 knockouts. So that's just an impressive statistic coming out from Blades. And we've seen this player dominating across in the group stages for this tournament as well. So and we're expecting some really good things from Team 69, especially when you've got one of your players performing this well. I think there's just no excuse for the rest of your squad to not show up.
Definitely an amazing performance coming in from Blades with such a high number of damage and 9 eliminations. It is something to be taken note of. Coming to the overall stats of the game we just had, we had 60 total eliminations with 7.8k dealing, 66 total knockouts, 218 throwables used, 8 total headshots, 23 total rescues, and the longest shot coming in from Negative Shahir, which was at 350 meters. What are your thoughts about these stats, Azuz?
Yeah, so for the most part, they look like your average stats for a game played on Erangel. I don't really see anything that really stands out for me when it comes to these stats. I think the rescues were pretty decent. Knockouts again, just pretty conventional stuff coming out when it comes to Erangel. And but something that I see something I think is a bit different is the utility usage, or with 218 pieces of utility being thrown, this ends up happening on Erangel very commonly, right? Where you end up having those circles, especially those ending circles that are completely out in the open. So smoke grenades and just frag grenades in general end up becoming your best friends.
Definitely. Coming to the match summary of today, we have the highest eliminations of 8 going to 69 blades, highest damage done also by 69 blades of 1.2k, the highest assist number going to Step Goat at 5. The longest shot, as we already said, was going to negative Shahir at 350 meters. And finally, we are at the highest number of knockouts, which is also going to 69 blades at 9 knockouts. 69 blades being mentioned in this match summary 3 times really does mean something for him and for us as well.
Yeah, but something that I'd like the audience to be able to see here is that you. I think we've only have one player from negative, and that is negative Shahir, who has the longest elimination. So there's something to note is that aggression. Sure, aggression is great, and if you're a squad that can show up and take out those eliminations and just continuously be aggressive and not lose your position, not get knocked out to the server, that is all great, right? But that ends up not happening as commonly as you would think. So the next best thing to do is to play for that placement, is to play smartly, is to play tactically, and that's what we saw coming out from Team Negatives here within this game. That's why they were able to win that chicken dinner, and that's why we don't really see a lot of their players showing up in their match summary towards their higher positions, right? Because they were playing it a bit more tactically. They did not care for the highest amount of damage. They did not care for the highest amount of elimination. They did not care for the highest amount of assists either. All they cared about was that chicken dinner, was those placement positions, and that just really goes to show through all of these stats as well.
Definitely. Looking at the match rankings of today that we have number 1, Step Family. Really surprising because they didn't really get the chicken dinner, but they are still at the number 1 spot. So with 10 placement points, 12 eliminations, and total of 22 points to survive for 22 minutes, almost 23. Moving on to number 2, we have Team Negatives with 15 placement points, 6 eliminations, and a total of 21 points. Number 3, we have 69 Esports, who are at 8 placement points, 13 eliminations, and a total of 21 points once again. Number 4, Hellraisers, 12 placement points, a bit less eliminations, but they are going to make up for it with the placement points, of course, and ending up to a total of 18 placement total points. Moving on to you, Aziz.
Yeah, Tag Esports, they were able to only get 9 points. Myth Esports with 6, Xtreme 6, DLord Xotics 5, Road to Glory 2, 7sins 2, REDZONE Esports 2, hashtag Esports 2, Pyro, one of the teams that's present a bit more on the lower end, not something that we usually end up seeing from them. And then Team GPA, again, a very strong team with that 1 point secured. So Steph Family, I'm pretty surprised that they were able to end up winning this game, because I think this is sort of the aggression that they were able to show with those 12 eliminations and then the 10 placement points. I think they finished off on the 3rd position actually within the game, and then because of their elimination points, that just really propelled them towards that 1st position. So just great gameplay coming out from Step, and some signs of life finally from these guys, right? We knew that they were capable of some great gameplay. We knew that they were not down and out, and they were a team that is present within this tournament for a great reason, right? And that just goes to show that really great things that they're capable of. Looking at the damage and eliminations, 12 eliminations coming out from them, 2.2k damage. So that just really goes to show how good Team Step is.
Moving on to the eliminations with the other team, the eliminations to damage ratio. Team Negative at a very fair one and still winning the chicken dinner with such a low amount of damage done and eliminations done compared to 69 Esports and Step Families. They are still going to take the chicken dinner with 6 eliminations and 1,000 damage done. So 69 Esports with 13 eliminations, 2.3k damage done. They did survive till the very end stages of the game. So did Step Family, but still weren't really enough or didn't play the game like so. They had to get the chicken dinner for themselves. Moving on, we have Hellraisers with 6 eliminations and 1.1k damage done. Tag with 3 eliminations, 800 damage done. Myth a bit lower, but still 2 eliminations and 500 damage done.
Yeah, DCM is being shored up, but now let's talk about the overall rankings. Team Hellraiser still sticking to that first position, not letting go. Three Chicken Dinner secured 123 total points coming out from them. Team Angry Gamers again maintaining their position with 103 points, but that could change because Team Negative is only behind with 1 point. Myth Esports on that fourth position with 82 points. Pyro Esports sort of losing a bit of a placement over there on 82 points. And then 69 Esports, they have 66 points. Hashtag Esports, they're at the seventh position with 59, and then Galaxy Esports at 58. So the 69 Esports sort of, making their way to that second page now, because they towards that first page from that second page, because as I was mentioning, they were the only team present on that second page with a chicken dinner. Team GPA, they fell a few places with that lackluster performance in that last game. 54 total points coming out from them. Team Road to Glory, they are now beyond that cutoff point with 48 points.
Definitely looking at the team beyond the cutoff point are Xtreme Esports on the 11th position, not changing any positions, are three teams, Xtreme, REDZONE, and 7sins. They're going to maintain their positions with 37, 31, and 31 points respectively. Steph Family coming up a point because of that really good. Well, they performed really well in the previous game, so that's going to give them a bump of 2 points, 2 positions on the rankings with 30 points. And on the bottom, we have Team 141, DLords with 26 and 25 points respectively. Looking at how the teams are already above a 100-point threshold, these teams on the very bottom really do have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, Holler, they have a lot of catching up to do, especially with Steph Family. I'm sort of disappointed to see that after winning that game and being the number one team in the overall rankings for that game, they weren't able to put a significant dent into the overall rankings of the game. So that is just a bit sadder to see with how things are rolling out for them. But it's going to be more interesting to see how if they can sort of perform better in the next few games, because Steph Family, they are behind two teams at 13 and 12. The teams are, the difference with the points is only 1 and 1, right? So that can end up changing very quickly.
Yep, reminding you all of the giveaway that is going on right now that you should enter, because we are giving away 20 mobile phones that you definitely, 20 mobile phones, right? You probably do have a better chance of winning it if there are, people usually just give away one mobile phone and the chances are much lower, but these are 20. So yeah, the chances are much better. And 14 AirPods, 3 Apple Watches, and the deadline is 16th December. So follow us on our socials to, get entered and participate in the giveaway and get yourself to a chance to win all this cool stuff.
Yeah, just a lot of cool stuff here that you guys can end up winning. And make sure we're going to announce the winners for the mobile devices, I'm pretty sure, towards the end of the stream today, right? So make sure you guys are close by. And I think we do, I'm not sure, right? But I think production's telling us that we have the giveaways happening right now. Holler, can you please confirm?
It is happening right now? Yeah, it is happening right now.
All right, so we do have the giveaway happening right now. So I'll just end up taking the lucky winner's name that we have here right now. So the first winner that we have is going to be Zaman Bakort. His character ID is 534709532. Again, the character ID is 534709532. Congratulations, Zaman. The second winner is Daud 51646313175. Again, 51646313175. And then the third winner, I cannot pronounce that name, but the character ID for you, kind sir, is 51436600484. 54136600484. Congratulations to all of the lucky winners for the giveaway.
Definitely all these lucky winners, I congratulate you as well. But looking at today's matches, we are left with Sanhok and Erangel once again. So after this, we're going to be moving on to Sanhok, which is also one of my favorite maps in this game. And, a bit of a breath of fresh air once again, because Erangel has already been repeated for the 2 times and it's going to be repeated once again as well. So yeah, Sanhok is going to be really something to look forward to.
Yeah, I can already predict just a lot of action and a lot of carnage on the map of Sanhok with how these teams end up approaching this map. It's just generally if you end up losing a lot of players in the beginning, if you're the last one or two members alive within your squad, then you're someone who's going to just try to accumulate a lot of healing on you and just end up participating in those healing battles because if you just try to make your way into the circle as you normally would with your if you had your squad been alive and up, then I'm pretty sure you're not going to get very further beyond because a lot of teams are just looking at you and they're just going to shoot you out, right? So we end up seeing those heal battles coming into play. We end up seeing some of the teams uh, make their entrance into the circle a bit later on. Sometimes they end up riding that blue zone into the circle, into the safe zone, but that has always been a very risky approach towards the game, an approach that Myth Esports prefers and sort of is able to make it work for themselves sometimes, not all the times, of course, but you have to be very careful in how you're going to approach the circle, right? And how you end up making your way into the circle, especially in a game like, especially on a map like Sanhok, where things are much more close counters and the encounters are just much more intense.
Definitely, as you talked about the heal battles, I think that when we had Sanhok yesterday, the number of the total amount of healing that was done was over 13K, which was crazy compared to all the other maps that we have on this game. So it'll be really interesting to see how it'll go on this on this day as well. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, the Sandhawk is just usually a very action-packed map, and just those healing statistics do end up reflecting that strategy that certain teams end up employing when it comes to those heal battles. But just generally speaking, Sandhawk, in terms of the placement and the water area, sometimes there's the islands end up coming into play as well. Something that's very nice about Sandhawk is not nice, but I'd say different about Sandhawk is that since it's a map filled with a lot of greenery, right? So there's a lot of grass that you can end up laying down in and just sort of laying low until the rest of the squads end up taking those engagements with each other. Something we're going to end up seeing from Team Negative, and this sort of I'd say perfected the strategy to a certain extent, is that they can just sort of hold. I think their trigger discipline is just spot on, right? They don't take those engagements just randomly. If they just see a squad and they're not sure if they can finish it off, they are just not going to fire at them. Because I think something that we keep on forgetting is that PUBG information plays a vital role in PUBG, right? Of course, the ability to be able to aim your gun at someone, shoot them, and take them out is very pivotal and extremely important. Don't get me wrong, but information is, I think, the name of the game. So realizing where the enemy squads are, where those players are positioned, and how you can sort of subvert them, because something that you have to realize is that the objective of the game at the end of the day is to get into the zone and make sure that you get the highest placement that's possible. So every engagement that you're taking should be a means towards that ulterior objective, which is to survive as long as you can, right? It shouldn't be the other way around where you sort of take engagements for the sake of engagement. And I think that is something that these teams sort of are lacking. Team Negatives has somewhat perfected it. Team HR, we see that they're pretty good at it as well, but I think some of the other teams really need to make that adjustment in their playstyle.
Definitely. I think Team 69 and Step Family definitely need to hear what you just said in the last minute, but I'm sure they'll do that after they've played their games. So I guess the teams that we will try to keep our eyes on today are Team Myth, which probably, as you mentioned, do like to ride the blue zone into the safe zone. And as they do it, sometimes, as you said, it works out, sometimes it doesn't. So we definitely will keep an eye on that, how it goes. Moving on, we do have Team Negatives, as you mentioned, that they have perfected the art of not really killing people and just going out with it, just taking the fights that they only need to take. Very unlike 69 Esports, they just barge in every every team they see and just try to take onto them. So it'll be really interesting to see how these teams stack up against each other with all their different approaches towards the game.
Yeah, and I think that ends up happening quite frequently, right? Where you have these different approaches towards the game, you have these different understandings towards the game, and then obviously I'm not here to say that my understanding of the game or someone else's understanding of the game is better or more truer than someone else's, right? But at the end of the day, I think it's the results that really speak volumes, right? If a team ends up gaining or achieving success more frequently than not, so then that sort of shows you that something, the sort of strategy that they're deploying at some level has to be the correct one, or more likely to be the correct one, right? And so that's something that we'll end up seeing here within these games. Team Negatives, they are at the third position. If you talk about the other teams, Team HR, they've gotten 3 chicken dinners across a total of 9 games, right?
I
Uh,
guess.
Oh no, the ninth game is going to be played. So across 8 games, if they're able to secure those 3 chicken dinners. So, but something about Team HR that's very interesting as well is that, not to take anything away from Team HR, they had those amazing performances, but for somehow, whenever we end up seeing Team HR getting a chicken dinner, it's them on this high ground region, this high ground place that they've been able to secure, and then the rest of the teams are just somewhat on their low ground trying to shoot up to them. And we've seen that usually just ends up not working well for you, especially if the circle shifts towards that high ground region and you don't have a way to get up there anymore. So that just makes things very difficult. So I think the teams will have to look at how HR sort of looks towards those final circles, and their in-game leader sort of makes that call to take up that high ground position instead of lying somewhere on the low ground.
Yeah, from what we've seen so far, the circle has usually been forming on the high ground rather than the low ground. For some reason, I don't. Obviously, there's a factor of randomness in it, but still, it has been favoring the high ground as of now. Talking about the approach that the teams make to this game, I think that also differs by the type of map that they're playing. Because for example, let's say Team Myth riding the blue zone into the safe zone, and that could work on a map like Sanhok or maybe even Erangel, but that might cost them a lot of health or maybe even their lives on a map like Miramar if they're not able to find any vehicles, or if they get into a fight with another team while being inside the blue zone, while taking the damage. That'll probably not work out for them. But on Sanhok, they can probably deploy this strategy and make it work out for them as well.
Yeah, especially on Sanhok, because the teams do tend to accumulate a lot of healing, and the blue zone does a lot of damage on Sanhok as well. It's just that you can sort of ride it in, because you don't really need vehicles to rotate into the map, right? Because the maps are significantly smaller, so you can just be on foot, make your way, run into the zone as well. And again, those rotations on foot do not give away a lot of sound, so you can make sure that you can get into the circle a bit more safer if it's a map like Sanhok. But all of these things are just going to be very interesting to see on what sort of approaches do the teams end up taking. Something that we've sort of not been seeing a lot on, especially it doesn't happen on Sanhok, are early game engagements. And I think I'm sort of expecting the same as well for Sanhok, where we're not going to see the teams fighting with each other relatively early on. I think they're going to opt to stay safe. They're going to opt to go towards those towns that they have, sort of rotate around the roads and visit those isolated compounds, those single buildings that exist, and just sort of get their loot up, get their resources up, and be in a better position to be able to take those engagements later on.
Definitely, but without any further ado, we are finally on the map, and the plane trajectory already has formed. The plane already has gone across the map, and players are already dropping into their preferred zones of the map. Myth taking once again a different approach outside of the zone, but even further away is Team Tag, Team RTG, and Team Step Family. They're on the southernmost side of the map, and they are also followed by Xtreme Esports. So they are all really down below that map, and they're going to have to make a lot of struggles to get back into the zone if they're going to do it without vehicles. Because talking about Sanhok, we are also talking about like the different approach we were talking about in different maps is that there's also a limitation of information on this map, because obviously if you're not going to make the rotations with vehicles, there's also not a lot of sound you're giving away. So that means a lot less information to the players that is going out from the other players, and based on how the map is built, it's really hard to visually even spot the players walking. So that just denies a lot of information, and that really changes how the players approach this map.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see how all of these things end up unfolding, especially with the first circle that has, shifted very hardly towards that northern side, towards that top region. So I'm just waiting to see how the teams end up reading the circle and just making their way. But we see that there's a lot of teams on the southern side, right? Team Tag, Team RTG, Team Steph family is very close there. Team Myth a bit more towards that western side, towards those towns. I think that is very close to a region that they ended up dying yesterday on when they were camping one of the bridges, and then another squad just pressured them and took them out. Team RZ, they're a bit closer towards the center. Team Pyro have taken up boot camp, which is usually a very nice place to land upon to get a really decent amount of loot, right?
Definitely. So looking on to the once again moving on to the player positions, I think there are two teams actually really up close to each other, and one of the Team Pyro members is really close to one Team 141, and he's already significantly damaged. I don't know if he took that damage from fall damage, but he did. But looking at the kill feed, it's 69 already taking down Old Boy, and nobody. I don't know how that happened. We didn't really get to see, but it did. So one of Team Pyro's players being really separated from his team is gonna have to, make himself really silent, really stealthy, and get out of the other team's eyes.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that he does not get spotted out there. But as I say that, I think a frag has already.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he's no longer for this world, is he? That's usually very sad to see when I end up seeing a player die. It's just, this makes me pretty sad.
Well,
honestly.
I applied the caster cards yesterday, and you did it today, so it's fair, right? 1-1.
I don't think we should be keeping count. Or that is actually a very interesting statistic. I'm not sure if production can do something for that. It would be pretty cool if production can keep count of how much the caster curse that we've casted upon these players today.
That is so true. But looking at where 141 is approaching, I think they are once again close to another team. But we are now looking at Myth Esports players who are kind of far out separated, but that isn't really going to matter for them right now because there is no one around. Levi is just going around, scouting around for his team, while Joke is busy looting for them. But on the other side, Steph family and RTG once again already in an encounter. A fight of nades is currently going on. Saki's cooking out nades, kind of blocking their way to, not allow them to get him out of the house, but they still are. And Saki might just get flanked anytime now, but he's making good use of the sound information he's getting. There's the first fight. The gunner coming in. Hacker has been knocked down. There's the trade coming in from Hitman as well. And Goat is completely taken down and finished. Saki is finished by Hitman. So RTG kinda, they were pressed by Saki there, but they just came back at Steph family there, and Steph family has now lost 2 members of their team, whereas one player of RTG who was knocked out named Hacker is now revived, and RTG is, probably back on their feet. So they can just heal themselves and get back ready for the next fight.
Yeah, they're going to try to get themselves to be in a better position to be able to take the rest of the engagements. But RTG, they look pretty good right now, right? They are in the blue zone. They are making their way into the safe zone. But since it is one of those initial circles, so they do not do that much damage that would raise any concerns for the team. But they have to make sure that they do end up getting into the zone, because I think they're a bit further out from the zone. I can't really make sure looking at the map right now. But yeah, so you see multiple teams are riding that blue zone and trying to get into the zone, but the first circle is closing in, and that's going to start ramping up that damage that they're going to feel from this blue zone.
Definitely, they're going to take a lot of damage from this blue zone, but looking at 7sins players, they're up really close to Pyro's drop shot already, taking out a 6 scope, just peeking right and left, trying to spot someone out, and the distance he's at, the shot he's going to take will be a difficult one to take. So Galaxy Esports on the eastern side of 7sins right now, these teams are slowly gathering up towards each other and around the Paradise Resort area. So Galaxy Esports, Pyros, and 7sins, they're all up really close. Negative will be joining the action soon enough, so will 141. So this Paradise Resort area will be a really hard spot for this stage of the game, because Hellraisers are also deciding to come up really close to all these teams. So we might just see some real crazy action real soon.
Yeah, we could end up seeing a lot of action here, but what's happening right now is Shazil just took a huge amount of shots onto Leo and was able to knock him out. They are closing the gap with Team GPA, who Zephyr is pretty close. He has that shotgun ready, and he's going to take out Sight with it very quickly. And Team GPA, they were just rolled over by Xtreme Esports. They only have one player surviving, and that is Old Boy Sir. And you, my kind sir, will have to get out of here.
Definitely, old boy last watching, but mid players are coming right back at 69 Esports, who's have already been knocked down by Captain. 69 have to do something about these players. Mid players are not easy. They're not a joke to take out, but still, 69 making some good use of it. There's the one player knocked out by Shazil. Galaxy Esports coming into the play as well, fighting 7 Sins there. One of the players picked up his player to put him in a better position and maybe get a revive in, but 7 Sins also having a knocked out player. They have to decide what they want to do next, because if they don't, they might just get completely slammed out by the other teams that are in the area right now.
Yeah, it looks like they'll have to reevaluate the strategies at the moment, right? The way that they're going on about it just does not look to be the correct way because things are just not working out for them. But the way that things are right now, I think there's some semblance of, calmness within the game right now. And
Yeah,
I
it
think
just
that
went quiet all of a sudden.
yeah, it just went all quiet all of a sudden, but I think that is that calm before that storm, before things are going to really ramp up, and then we're going to see a lot of bloodshed happening between these teams. I do sound like a psychopath right now, but I believe me, guys, this is just the game. But all boy third is right in front of Shazid, and that's those
And
awkward encounters.
he actually finds a platform to stand on and pull out his gun. That is crazy. Shazil almost lost his life to Old Boy there, but Old Boy, look, he's just like a demon chasing out his prey. He's going behind him. He doesn't really want to be unsafe. He's staying close to that platform so he can pull out his gun. And if Shazil decides to come back at him, he can take a shot. He's not deciding to leave his position, but Shazil, he's already behind him. GPA, Old Boy, he is suspecting for that to happen, but he's currently not looking back at him. He did not spot Shazil. Now he did. There's the gun. There's the scope out. Shazil going deep inside the waters to make himself safe a little, but he's now back up there as well. So Old Boy pulling out the gun again is barely seeing Shazil, but is taking any shots he can at any visual information he's getting.
Yeah, and that's just the awkward encounters that sort of end up happening within that water region. But I think Old Boy Sir spots out Shazil and he has knocked him down. I think Shazil will get finished off within that water as well. So just something very interesting happening within this game, right? Where all of these teams are just taking these engagements, they're just going on about it very carefully, because this is a very important game for all of these teams. Because the thing with Sanhok can end up happening is, okay, Old Boy Sir, he gets eliminated by one of the players from 69, but then Myth is right in front of them and they are causing a lot of issues with Team 69. He stands up. Joke was not suspecting Nobis to be hiding in the grass like that, but that is the infamous snake meta that exists on Sanhok.
Definitely. The team that we've been overestimating actually has also been completely wiped out. That is Team GPA, and a lot of players are now once again in the peaceful area now. Although kill feed is still, popping up one by one. Hellraisers players raising some hell, putting some pressure onto Galaxy players, and one of their players is also knocked down, which probably will be revived anytime now. Although Pyro Esports making their way towards Hellraisers Romeo going out for the scout once again, because he knows there are a few more Galaxy Esports players out there, so they just can't let them go just now. So they're gonna go for the hunt. Romeo slowly making his way towards the player, just waiting for his teammates, not really making any hasty moves on his own, but they want to do this strategically, but they just really want to take Galaxy Esports out of this map.
Yeah, that is exactly what they're sort of going for. They want to get Galaxy Esports eliminated here and just sort of end up securing those important points that they can from those earlier engagements. Husni takes out a Pinkman, Team Negatives. We're sort of seeing them in those earlier game engagement that they usually tend to avoid, try to shy away from, or try to stay away from, unless it's in extremely favorable conditions, right? So that's just something that's not happening for them. This Rafe, he's lost a lot of HP, but I'm assuming that might have been due to the blue zone, or maybe he was just shot, right? We're not exactly sure here, but Sam, he catches out HR Tears and is able to knock him out. Sam making quick work of that, but Fofo was in a great position to be able to punish Sam off, and I think Sam is going to get eliminated in just a few moments.
Definitely Sam being knocked out. Hellraiser moving on to his position. Fofo already on top of him, and there it is. Sam has been finished off. So Vanix, the only one being alive on Galaxy Esports, he's the lone survival, the lone wolf for his team. Perhaps he should get a few eliminations to, not really ruin the rankings on the rankings. So there's an engagement between RZ Enraged and Divine here, but it's not exactly one that is being done with guns right now because they are actually using nades. Pyro has already damaged a lot, and so is Enraged. So Enraged is going to go for an injection, and yeah, it'll probably heal him up somewhat, but he does need to apply some more, healings, perhaps the first aid kit. Otherwise, running around while being this low HP is kind of risky.
Yeah, it generally is pretty risky. He does have 2 first aid, so I'm pretty sure we're going to see him applying those in just a little bit. But as the zones are pushing within the zone as well, right? So we're sort of seeing the teams navigate their way around this water a bit carefully as well. The team negatives 0-7, they do have a squad right in front of them, and 0-7 is in a great position to be able to third person this and sort of third person view this and sort of see all of these teams that they're pushing in, but they really have no chance of being able to view him.
Definitely, and that's that is what team negatives have been doing all around. They just stand really far away, looking at everything happening from a distance, and they just enter the action when they feel it's the right moment for them. A lot of kills coming in for Hellraisers on the kill feed as well, and hashtag Adi Aqua. He's once again really close to the aquatic waters, and I don't really know what he's trying to do. But on the other hand, Hellraisers once again moving up close to tag. Sherry is he's in a really bad position, all right? He just put on a first aid, but he just gets naded once again. He's already in the blue zone. He's losing health. He doesn't have a vehicle to get out of there. He is in a pinch, and so are his teammates. They really need to do something to get out of this pinch. I don't think Hellraisers are really going to let them go, but Cherry just got onto another vehicle. He's trying to make his way out. Going to apply, track him out. Some damage done, but not really a lot. And there is Shaggy has been knocked out and completely finished off by Hellraisers. Hellraisers waste no time to get the kill they can. So I guess all the other tag members, they can't really do anything rather than hide in the area that the blue zone isn't really in right now.
Yeah, I think that seems to be the plan for them right now, because they are being spotted out by Team Hellraisers, and they do have good visuals on them. The scopes do exist for them, and they can sort of see these players as they just try to survive and get out of there. But Team Hellraisers, they are sort of starting to push on in. They try to make their way closer and closer to these teams. Pyro Esports, Divine, he has Vanix pushing in. That is the final member alive from Team Galaxy, and Divine will be able to take him out. But is Divine very long for this world? Does not look like it, because the entire squad of 7 Sins is right in front of him, and they're just going to make it extremely impossible for him to be able to survive. Pyro, they're down to they're down to 2 squad members at the moment, and we're going to see if they can survive for much longer.
Definitely, we're going to see how Pyro is going to be able to deal with the barricade that 7 Sins have set up against them. But now, coming in back on the action a little, Steph family just got eliminated, and RZ is currently scoping onto Divine. Does land a few shots. Divine is really low HP, but RZ, Didar, he has one thing to worry about. He is currently in the blue zone, and that boat is kind of stuck. He is going to have to make a little detour to, safely make his way around the blue zone and get it in the safe zone. But 2 of the players that are only alive are currently in the blue zone. A lot of teams actually are in the blue zone, so we're going to see a lot of rotations coming in. Shots taken by Ninja. He's already really low HP, applying a first aid, but negative players already probably do have a pretty good visual on him, and I don't think they're the kind of people, once they take a third-person view on someone, they don't really let them go.
Yeah, I think that is something that Team Negatives has been really good at, right? If Team Negatives end up seeing another squad in sort of an engagement, and if they end up making that call to engage in that sort of engagement, then you're somewhat guaranteed that they're going to come out the winners, right? And I think that's just the great. That's just a great decision making that come out from their in-game leader. But yeah, right now they're just sort of Team 141. They have Team Negative somewhat right in front of them. They do have an angle on them. They do understand where they are, but they're just trying to make sure that they can do something. And Myth Captain, right? We see that player already accumulating 34 first aid kits on him. So I think he's ready for that heal battle. But before that, he has another battle, a different kind of battle, where he has to try to survive against another player that's close by. OP Pyro, I think he's trying to make his push towards him slowly. But Superboy, he's just shooting at fish in a battle right now, because 141 Esports not expecting Superboy to be there right now.
So that's two players knocked out on 1-for-1, and they really are in a pinch against Superboy here. Superboy with the scope on, he knows where they are, and he's just scoping onto the cliff and just, waiting for someone to pop out, and he's going to take the shots he needs to take. And we're going to see how this interaction ends between them, because one of the players just got revived, and the other revive is probably going to come in as well. So it'll give time, the cover that 1-for-1 have, it'll definitely give time for them to take back some cover, but they just come back at the same time, taking Superboy down. He is knocked out right now, and would you look at that? Myth Captain just got knocked out because of the zone. So did Pyro OP. Not a lot of players are being helped for this blue zone. So many players, just 5 players in a row got knocked out by the blue zone. So that is really what you get staying in the blue zone. So the Myth strategy, the approach that you usually take to the game, is finally now backfiring at them.
Yeah, the strategy seems to be backfiring at them, but right now, Team HR, they are being a menace to Team Negative right now. They're falling. I think they took out multiple players from Team Negative. I'm correct, but Team Negative have only lost 1 player, but things are not going to be looking easy for them, especially with Team HR when they are at your throat, when they are at your doorstep and they're just not letting you do anything, and things become very hard. Drop shot gets dropped by the shots that came at him. And Hassan, he is going to get eliminated as well because he's taking a lot of damage from the blue zone. So he gets taken out. Team 7, since they get eliminated, and HR, they could spell the end for Team Negative here. They are pushing on to them. Pinkman tries a very valiant effort to survive, but that is not going to matter because he gets eliminated as well. We're just seeing teams get dropped by the dozen, where it seems like it, right?
Team Negative probably did or did not, whatever it is. If they did see it coming, good for them. If they didn't, well, unfortunate. But HR will be the ones to, just end them and wipe them out of the server.
Does Didar have a player right in front of him?
Perhaps he didn't
RTG
spot it.
Hitman
That's the thing I was talking about, Sanhok, but he does have a player visual on him. He's just not taking the shots right now. That's the trigger discipline you love to see, but this is the first time we are seeing it from REDZONE Esports. The information is out. 2 of RTG's played. That means a lot to RTG, and this can be fatal. This is fatal information, and if he takes them out, RTG is done for because one of their players is already knocked out. There's some damage being taken by Xtreme SOP. There's the scope out from Didar, and there is first kill coming in from the Didar. I'm not sure if that was from Didar himself, but even if it was, he's going back behind his man. And there's the final kill to completely wipe out RTG. Amazing trigger discipline coming in from Didar, and it really proved useful for him as he wiped out RTG out of the map.
Yeah, just great gameplay coming out from Didar, right? That is literally the trigger discipline that we keep talking about. You have to make sure that when you're going to take those shots, first you have to make sure that you can take the other player down, and then the second thing is that you don't end up giving your position away, right? It doesn't matter if you can take one shot, take a player out, but then get traded out in return, because that would have spelled the end for your squad. So now Didar will be able to get a better placement for his team in the subsequent circles or as the game progresses. But Team HR, another team to not a menace, right? I think there's something bugged out with the right graph that we have because HR are down to 3 squad members at the moment, whereas our graph is showing 4 for some reason. But yeah, Team HR, again, they're at a very good position within the next circle. The rest of the teams are going to have to push into them, but I don't think the rest of the teams exist really, because there's only one team that is within the circle, and that is RZ. The rest of the teams are sort of fighting it out within a heal battle, or I'm not sure if my radar is a bit bugged out, but what's happening here?
Whatever it is because we can only see 5 teams remaining and 8 players remaining. So this is really interesting to see. This is going to be a solo battle between the teams, and the team that probably has the advantage are the teams that have the player with the highest mechanical ability alive. So it's only 1 player for Tag, 1 player for Hash, 1 player for Xtreme, 2 players for RZ, 1 for 1. And yeah, it's really it's all just 1-1 players remaining. So Team Angry Gamers just got wiped out. So it's already down to 4 teams on this map right now, in which legitimately all of them are probably inside the blue zone. I think the graph is bugged, but however, we can really see the action that's going down right now. 3 players of HR inside the zone. They're taking fire from RZ. There it is. HR Tears finally retaliating and takes down TRG Bobby as well. And there it is. REDZONE Esports have been eliminated. So 3 teams alive, 5 players remaining. We're going to see how this goes.
Yeah, and I think it looks like Team HR are going to be able to win, because our our graphic is not, well, it is sort of bugged out because it's not showing us the accurate amount of teams. Because we have 2 teams alive, and I think HR is the only team that is within the play zone at the moment. So the rest of the teams are doing a heal battle. If we could get some spectating, some eyes on them, that would be great. But if we can, that's perfectly fine. So what's going to end up happening is within a few moments, when the rest of the players that are outside in the blue zone that are using those heals, when they're going to run out of those heals, they're just going to succumb to the blue zone. So that's when that chicken dinner is going to end up showing up for Team HR. But this is an interesting thing, right? Because Hash and XT, that both have 1-1 player alive at the moment, they are going to secure the 2nd and 3rd position respectively. So although HR, played really well, got a lot of elimination points and everything, and the rest of the squads played really well, but because of that cheating strategy that we're sort of seeing from the rest of the team, they will be able to get those important placement points for the 2nd and 3rd position. Xtreme Esports gets eliminated. I'm pretty sure Hash, the last player from Hash, is going to die out pretty soon, but he did end up getting that 2nd place finish for his team.
Funny thing is, this is going to be the 4th, I think, a chicken dinner for Hellraisers, which is really amazing. It is going to put them in a really good spot, probably even taking down Tag Esports from the 1st spot in the rankings. So this game is probably going to end up in the Hellraisers players doing some emote because, hey, they have nothing else to do. And we're going to see how long Hash players can last on their healings. Well, not even players, it's just a single player alive. And we don't know how much healings he has, but probably enough to die when he can. So yeah, that's the chicken nerd. A really, not the kind we expected on Sanhok, but yeah, it is, and it is going to be going to Hellraisers.
Yeah, a bit of an anticlimactic finish happening there, Holler. We sort of like it when the teams, finish each other off, or someone takes the other team out, but that just did not happen here. But it was still a great game to see, and just Hellraisers just proving how dominant they are throughout the semifinals.
Yep, definitely a really good game to see. Not exactly how I was expecting it to go, but we did see some really interesting engagements between some teams, and it went out really well for all of them. Well, not really, because Hash and the only ones alive, Hash and Xtreme Esports were the only ones alive at the end, and Hellraisers, as they are as always, were the surviving and the top team in this previous game.
Yeah, so just great gameplay coming out, and Hellraisers. What was that, their 4th chicken dinner?
It was. It's really interesting to see.
Yeah, I think that was their 4th chicken dinner out of 9 games, right?
Yep,
Out of 9 games, they were gotten 4 chicken dinner secure. So I'm pretty sure that's going to propel them to that 1st position overall.
Definitely. So it's going to propel them to the 1st position. And with this, we are going to take the break once again and be right back shortly.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championships. We have the semifinals, and this is day number 2. We're already done with 4 games right now, and we are going to go on towards our 5th game very shortly. But before that, we'll have to discuss the winners of our last game, and that was Team Hellraisers. What an amazing performance coming out from them, Holler, in the semifinals stages, right? They're just proving to be so dominant. How many chicken dinners have they been able to secure across this game?
I think it's 4 in total at this point, because that, and 4 is not a really, considering that we've only played 9 games at this point. Winning 4 out of 4 chicken dinners out of those 9 games is really impressive coming from Hellraisers.
Yeah, that's just a little under 50% of the games that they've been able to win, right? So that's just really impressive coming out from Hellraisers, because this is the sort of domination that we do not genuinely usually end up seeing in a game like PUBG, because there's so many random elements that come into play. There's just so many random things that can end up happening. A team can consistently come in those top 5 placement positions, or consistently perform well, but just getting those chicken dinners back to back to the point where you have 4 chicken dinners out of 9 games that have been played, Hellraisers is really making a statement in these semifinals.
Definitely, all the 4 games that we saw today were definitely really amazing. Different performances coming from different teams, but all of them excelled in one map or the other. Yeah, like the notable teams, Team Myth, they weren't really able to do very well in all the previous game that we've had today. But the thing is, the way they're approaching the game is really interesting, because even if they're not able to make anything out of it, their team coordination is something that has to be given credit for. Other than that, the team
Proper end तक carry on करते
coordination, the one that I've been loving is probably from Team Negatives. They have been amazing throughout. Moving on to the MVP of the game that we've had is going to be next with 6 eliminations, 810 damage done, near to 1,000, which is the number I really like, and 6 knockouts and 5 assists. That performance isn't really as bad, because of course he's the MVP. That you can never really call it a bad performance, but it's not as amazing as you'd say. What are your thoughts, Azus?
Yeah, I think it's a great performance that's coming out from Next, right? With how the team, I think these numbers are really impressive in an individual capacity as well. But you sort of have to look at the overall outcome of the game towards the entire team, right? So just the fact that we're able to win the chicken dinner, this is a lot. So looking at the overall stats that we have, 16k heal coming out, so that is just a ridiculous amount of healing that happened. And we know why that number is so big right now, because we saw those heal battles coming through. We saw the teams some of the teams just healing themselves continuously, and that's how they were able to get the 2nd and 3rd position into the final circle. So the utility usage a bit lower on the lower end, 81 throwables used, 13 total rescues, and Hacker with the longest range elimination coming out at 258 meters.
Moving on towards the match ranking, on number 1, we have Hellraisers with 15 placement points, 18 eliminations with a total of 33 points. Those eliminations are something to be taken note of. On number 2, we have #Esports with 12 placement points and 3 eliminations. Well, not a lot, but still there are something that amounts to a total of 15 total points. So on number 3, we have Xtreme Esports, 10 placement points, 0 eliminations. Well, you could give that to them because of how long they survived. The heal battle you saw between # and Xtreme Esports was really something. So a total of 10 points for Xtreme Esports. On number 4, we have REDZONE Esports with a total of 9 points for 141, actually gaining some position and coming towards the 5th position. In the previous game, they're going to have a total of 8 points. Moving on to Yuzu.
Yeah, and going down a bit towards the rankings, we have Galaxy Esports 0, Team Step Family 0. But yeah, we'll circle back to that later. Looking at the overall rankings after match number 9, Team Hellraisers, they are further cementing their position as the team at the 1st position. I don't think any other team will be able to overthrow them from that 1st position, because they have 156 points, and the next team is just very far behind with 109 points, and that is going to be the Angry Gamers. Team Negatives at 3rd position, 104 points. points. Pyro Esports at the 4th position with 87 points. Myth Esports at 5th position with 86 points. Myth Esports, a few lackluster performances coming out from them in the past few games. Hashtag Esports making their way to the 6th position, especially due to those heals that came out and they were able to get into the top 3 within the last game, 74 points. 69 Esports losing a few points, losing a few positions, going down to that 7th position with 72 points right now. And Galaxy Esports with on that 8th position, just keeping their position constant, and they have accumulated 58 total points across this.
Moving on to the second page of the overall ranking, Team GPA really, they were at some point of this tournament at the 5th position and even in the top 3 at the very start, though. So now they're at the 9th position, which is really low with a total of 55 points. They're at the final threshold. They really need to do something to maintain their position. Otherwise, they're out. Road to Growly, Xtreme Esports, REDZONE Esports, 7sins, all of them maintaining their positions, with Road to Growly having 54 points, Xtreme Esports 47, REDZONE 40, and 7sins with 35 points. Talking about the teams at the very last 3 rankings are DLords at the very bottom with 30 points, Step Family with also 30 points, but also losing a position against Team 141 as they surpass them with 1 position on the scoreboard. So Team 141 is now having 34 points. The disparity between the points is just getting increasingly higher, because as you mentioned in the yesterday's stream, Aziz, that these differences will become really huge as the points start to accumulate, and we're really seeing it now.
Yeah, as the points end up accumulating over a higher and higher number of games, the differences are just going to be bigger and bigger. But right now, I would honestly say that it's not that big. For example, the 9th team is at there with 55 total points, and then the last team at the 16th position is at there with 30 total points. So that is a difference of 25 points, and 25 points, as we already know, that sort of difference can sort of be bridged if you have a decent performance within one game. So you can sort of get to that point even right now. So we've had some 4 amazing games played today. Team Negative, they were on 2 chicken dinners, and Team Hellraisers, they were able to win the other 2 chicken dinners. But the difference is that Hellraisers chicken dinners are look much more dominant, right? Because they got 16 and 18 eliminations respectively across the 2 games that they ended up playing. But the 5th game is going to go back towards Erangel. We're going to have these teams competing with each other once again on our favorite map, that is Erangel, and these 2 teams are just going to just fight it out once again. All of these teams are going to fight it out, and they're going to want to end the day on a high note. The teams that are a bit on lower towards the chart, they are going to try to get into those top 9 positions. So they're just going to, the aim for them is going to be to secure the maximum amount of points that they can across this game, so that tomorrow the day it can be a bit easier for them to start off with.
Definitely. So for now, we're going to be heading on to Erangel once again. And point to be noted that the previous 2 Erangels that we have played, Team Negative actually did take the chicken dinner, or both of them. So it's going to be Erangel once again. Can they really keep up the consistency on this map that they have been keeping on and take the chicken dinner? Or will it really be Hellraisers this time and taking yet another chicken dinner for themselves once again on this day 2? Team Negative have been playing. So the difference between these 2 teams that I've noticed so far, the Team Hellraisers, they do have the coordination, but obviously not on par with the Team Negatives yet, but still they have been a bit more aggressive on the they like to take more gunfights. On the other hand, Team Negatives try to play it, or at least love to play it strategically and take less gunfights, and that's their play style. So we're gonna be heading on to Erangel once again, and we will really see that which approach to the game from these 2 teams will prove to be useful and actually win them the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and it's sort of interesting that you paint that picture for the viewers, right? Because both of these teams sort of have, I would say, contrasting approaches towards the game, right? Where one of the teams prefers to be a bit more opportunistic in terms of their approach towards engagements and rotations. That would be Team Negative, where they end up seeing two squads fighting each other and let them fight it out with each other and just end up and then show up to finish off whoever the survivor is, right? Whereas on the other hand, Team Hellraisers, we've seen the sort of hell that they're capable of raising across the multiple games that we've seen today, right? So they are not ones to shy away from any sort of engagement, but they do have their own tactical approach towards the game and those engagements, right? Which is the sort of preference of theirs, where they like that high ground, where they like to be on a plane above the rest of the teams, both figuratively and literally within the game, right? And so they just try to position themselves over there and just cause a lot of mayhem afterwards. So two contrasting strategies from these two teams. It's going to be interesting to see which one ends up coming out on top. And we sort of do have somewhat of a rivalry going on between them. If you do not count the games from yesterday, Team Negatives is on 2 chicken dinners and Team Hellraisers is on 2 chicken dinners as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if one of the teams is able to sort of get that number within their favor to sort of finish the day off on a high note, or whether we're going to have another victor emerging in this final game.
Definitely. So yeah, with that being said, though, Team Negatives and Team Hellraisers performing really well in today's matches, we should not undermine the other teams that are in the game right now. We've seen amazing mechanical performances coming in from Team Pyro, and we might just get to see that again in the last match we have remaining today. Same goes for some other teams that have been good mechanically, such as Team Step and even Team 69 at some points, but they just missed the chicken dinner. It's really close, but they just let go of it. So whatever the reason might be, they just can't get it as of now. 69 with only one chicken dinner under their belt, will they really be able to double it, or will it be any other team that is going to be able to take it home on this last match we had today?
Yeah, and those things that's just going to be interesting to see, and how the teams they end up approaching this, right? But we're going to see how things end up unfolding within this game number 5. I'm just interested to see what sort of first circle are we going to have, because we had two very similar circles back to back. But all right, speaking of circles, I think we've been launched right into the middle of the game right now, and the circle is right there. Team Hellraisers, again, no surprises, they are headed towards Novro. Team RZ is already there. Team Steph family preferring that ferry pier area, and then we have a lot of teams towards the northern area as well. Yasne Poliana has been occupied by Team Negatives. Close by is Team Tag. Myth again heading on over towards Lipovka. I think that's very interesting by approach by Myth, right? I think they, in the initial circles, just wanted a corner town, so that they can sort of guarantee that it's not really that attractive that a lot of teams decide to go there, but it's not bad that they can't really get their initial loot going. So that's just something that we're seeing Myth do that I find very interesting.
Definitely, and I'm also seeing a consistency in the drop locations that the teams are preferring here. As you can see, once again, GPA is up towards like the really northern side of the map. So is hashtag though, but I don't remember hashtag going to Severny before. But I have seen GPA take a liking to Stalber and actually going there before a few times. Same goes for RZ and Hellraisers. The Hellraisers have actually consistently been dropping at Novo for like even the games that were held yesterday. So they're using the same strat. And this time around, luckily enough, they're also inside the circle. So if the circle ends up being in the the southern side, the southern island of the map, it'll actually be really good for them, because they're already there, and all the loot there that's present there, it's already there. So it's going to be really interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting in how these teams have that approach towards that circle as well. We do have DLord and Team RTG that are super close to each other towards that Georgiapol area. And in Severny, we do have Team Hatch, so a team that was able to get some decent placement points within the last game because of how they ended up approaching the circle and how they sort of ended up going on towards the rest of the game, right? But in that hospital area, we have Team RTG, again, a very notable team that you have to keep a lookout for. RTG Hacker, a great player, and just mechanically super gifted with how dominant he has been on the server with the rest of the teams, right? And looking at the overall rankings right now, these teams like Team DL, Team Step, 141, 7sins, RZ, XT, RTG, all of these teams, they are outside of the top 9 position. Although RTG is pretty close to Team GPA, Team Galaxy, right? The point disparity isn't really there for them, but for the rest of the teams, that disparity grows more and more as you go down that table. So these teams really have to make sure that within this game, they're able to give a decent performance in terms of the points that they end up securing, because this could definitely be the difference between them going into tomorrow with a possibility of being able to qualify, and then going into tomorrow with there being no chances of them being able to qualify.
Definitely, these points are really going to mean a lot in this game for these teams. Because, yeah, we don't have a lot of matches left, right? We just have tomorrow and only 5 or more games to go. So Hellraisers and the teams that are already on the top, they already have, acquired themselves a good amount of points, and they're almost untouchable, you could say, especially Hellraisers at this point, because if they're able to keep up this consistent performance throughout, they will definitely come out on the top. But on the map, when you look at the 69 Esports already clashing out with Xtreme Esports, they were on a car, they did try to take some shots on 7th Xtreme Esports. Ninja barely survived. Violent just prones behind that whole tower, and now he's safe. But 69 Esports, they have arrived here. They're not probably going to let Xtreme Esports go down without a fight. The information is there. Uzafa and Shazil probably will go back to Rendevo with his teammates, or perhaps the call by the IGL is a bit different, and they're probably just like, hey, we'll camp here, you guys can go and just flank them from behind, and it might just work out, or maybe not. They're just going, the calls can vary a lot.
Yeah, the calls can be very different according to the situation that the teams are in, and the way that the IGL is sort of, looking at the game, or the way that he wants to approach the game. But right now, 69 Esports, the team is rotating into the circle. 69 Esports, one of the teams that's very crucial for them to maintain decent performances across the rest of the game, so that they can make sure that they are in the top 9 positions. And I don't think they're going to be losing their position anytime soon with the way they are at the 7th position. But again, it's still very important that you stay persistent, because if a team like RTG, GPA, Galaxy, XT, RZ, right, if they end up having a few decent games, then you could find yourself outside of those top 9 within no time. But right now, the way the game is the way that the players are playing the game right now, they're just going on about it with a very standard way. They're not trying to do anything super special here, just trying to get their loot up and just make sure they can sort of survive.
I just noticed something. This guy, Iconic in Team 141, he actually used to be in my class in 8th grade. I just recognized him from his picture that's showing on the screen right now. I thought he was in Team I8. I didn't know he was in 141. But oh well, that's good to know that he's playing in this tournament, and I'll be keeping my eyes on him for now. But for now, we are looking at Team GPA side, just moving around with his teammates, looting around houses, just scouting around the area, maybe get some information or not. So is Team Negative. They are a bit spread out, but they're just they're not letting Yasnaya go unlooted.
Yeah, and there's no reason to leave Yasnaya at the moment either, right? With the circle having Yasnaya within it, and Team Negatives, since there's such a huge town that is all under their control, there's really no reason. There's really no reason as of now to get out of here. But Motu, he's been able to spot the Galaxy, and they are trying to get out of this region, trying to survive here. But it doesn't. But it looks like they're pretty far away enough that Motu should not be able to do a significant amount of damage onto any of the players with the M4 that he has currently.
Definitely, he did try to take some shots from them. The very first time he fired, because they didn't really know the distance the shots are coming from. But once they realized that, hey, he's far enough, we can just run away. And yeah, that's exactly what they did. So Motu has now lost visual of Galaxy Esports, and they are now gone. Xtreme Esports can be seen just looting around once again. No such action to be seen. Only a few teams outside the blue zone, which are also making their way inside the blue zone. The new circle has formed, which kind of engulfs Pochinki School, Mansion, Prison right now. But thing to be noticed, it does engulf the bridge as well, which is currently being camped by Team RZ and Pyro. And Hellraisers, they still have to cross the bridge. So this is going to be really interesting to see how these teams actually manage to do so. unless they're moving even further inside the circle, which I don't think they have any need to because the circle is already pretty favorable for them. Hellraisers is going to be having a hard time crossing that bridge for a while.
Yeah, they are. I think Hellraisers, they really have their, work cut out for them in this game, especially because things are going to become a bit difficult for them. Because the way that I saw that bridge, we had a squad already camping it on one end, but I'm pretty sure Hellraisers is a team, especially with the caliber of gameplay that we've sort of being seen from them, that is not a tactic that they should be falling prey to, right? Especially a team that goes frequently to Novo, that region, sorry, that is on the southern side, right? So they should be using some boards or something like that to be able to rotate safely within this initial circle.
Definitely, but some fights to be seen here. Team 141 Rafe taking some shots on GPA Old Boy and actually ends up taking him down. First blood goes to 141 Rafe. There's another GPA player who is Leo around that area. Rafe probably has caught sight of him, the car moving. He definitely sees it, but doesn't really want to take any shots for now. There he is, outside, open, fired bullets. None of them hit. He's a bit far behind, a bit lagging behind, but from that area. So Rafi might have to deal with some other players as well. On the other hand, Tag, Hassan, MVP in his name for some reason. We'll see that soon enough, but he is currently fighting with hashtag players. Already done considerable amount of damage to one of the players, but Goku coming back at him is going to actually be able to take down Superboy right there. So Goku with the kill from DP28, that's some damage done to Tag, but the player probably will be revived soon enough, or maybe he's actually dead now. So yeah, hashtag Esports, the GPA already have lost two players on both of their teams, one player on both of their teams. So that is some damage done to some of the good teams. I'd honestly consider hashtag to be a good team here. So yeah, they've lost one player. That reduces their chances to get the chicken dinner for themselves, and puts them in somewhat of a bad spot compared to other teams on the map right now.
Yeah, losing that player very early on is just not good for any team, right? Because just obviously there's strength in numbers whenever you're trying to rotate into a circle, or if you're just if there are 4 players shooting at a target or 3 players shooting at a target, so that ends up making all the difference in the world, especially when you're playing at this high of a competitive level, and the teams are just so good. Team RTG, they got another of one of their players down and is on the screen right now, but Swanky Hacker just showed his head and just did a significant amount of damage to Swanky, and he's just going to use his bandages to get all of that HP up. But Team RTG, they are sort of looking in trouble as well, because they've already got one of their players down. That revive might end up coming into play, and they might end up being able to get him up. But Hitman, on the other hand, gets knocked down as well. And then as this action continues, the circle has also taken up shape, and that has gone towards that northern area, towards that school region, where that mansion, shelter, all of these areas are engulfed. So there's just, I think I can foresee the teams playing around a lot of open cover and just not having those compounds, the luxury of those compounds to be able to go and hide behind.
Definitely the zone is closing in. Sadly enough, we didn't get to see any bridge action, but the zone is closing in, and all the teams approaching from that bridge area are still approaching from the same direction. So we might get to see some engagement in midway. Although on the other side of the map here, 69 Ozefa is trying to take some shots onto RTG Hitman, and Hitman already just being low HP, he's in a tough spot. So yeah, he's there's one player knocked out on RTG, 2 of them are alive, and none of them are close to each other, so it's going to be really hard for them. HR Romeo is also being seen taking some shots and taking a lot of damage. Is going to be the one. HR Fofo already knocked out. Romeo giving him an instant revive. They do have the shelter area surrounded and blocked off, of course, but they do not have the cover they need. So the player knocked out is going to have to enter the shelter before he can get revived. A lot of kills coming in as well. Pyro and Rafa is going to be the one to take down RZ Engage as well.
Yeah, just a very interesting mechanic of being able to relocate them to a safer position and then execute that survival, right? But Pyro 24, he just ran over one of the players from Myth and Levi, just making sure that he does not go unpunished. And RZ Didar just being very lazy about getting out of his vehicle, and he's going to get downed as well. Team RZ, they only have one player alive at the moment. Captain, on the other hand, is able to take out Hunter, and Team Pyro and Myth, they have locked horns with each other and are just going at each other.
Definitely Mid Esports to be seen here, just moving around their area. Is gonna see Pyro Hunter. Probably is gonna finish him off. There he is. Mid Joke is gonna finally take down a Pyro Hunter. So they're only left to 3 players right now, with Reaction being killed already. But Levi is there. They're suspecting someone to be inside the smoke, but sadly there is no one. Myth is in a safe spot right now, but they are surrounded by some players on their back, so they're gonna have to deal with this really strategically. Mid captain doing the reposition. On the other hand, 1-for-1 Rafe has a visual on some players. He tried to take some shots, obviously revealing his position to a player that is really nearby him, who is gonna be Negative Buzzit. He doesn't really let anyone go, because I do remember a scene on Miramar where Buzzit wasn't really letting go of any players. So yeah, that is a scene we might get to see being replayed here. So a lot of teams, the moment the scenario has calmed down entirely once again, no teams are really taking any fights, and just as I say that, there is a fight going on. Pyro Divine is taking a lot of damage once again. Galaxy Esports seem to be in a pinch. They are in the blue zone, and now they're out, but still, they have a player knocked out. Same exact situation goes for that Esports as well. Once they're knocked out and they are in the blue zone, they really need to do something about this situation.
Yeah, just a lot of pressure on them to be able to perform in this game as well. DLord, nobody. He throws a grenade, but then a grenade just comes right back at him, right? And it's just exploding right in front of him. But then he walks back into a Molotov. He lost a lot of HP there, and he's going to get knocked down as well. That Molotov coming back from Vanex to haunt him. Daniel, he's not trying to show up. He's trying to put pressure onto Swanky, but they both have nades outside. They both have nades cocked at the moment, and throwing those nades at each other. Daniel nade does no damage onto Swanky, and neither one of the other nades do any damage to each other, but it's just a war. But Swanky, he gets taken out. Daniel's nade does end up landing the second one at least, and is able to get this player knocked out.
DLord under a lot of pressure right now, being completely bombarded by the nades, and still Galaxy Esports on the other side. As I say that, Hassan is gonna knock out some of the players, but Negative Pinkman coming back right at him. Rafe is gonna knock him out. There are some nade kills coming in as well with GPA Ozair. So 1-for-1 once again in not a good spot with a player knocked out. Same goes for DL. They also have a player knocked out as well, and 69 Esports our team seems to be out of the safe zone. So 1-for-1 is going to see a lot of player crossing. This captain just whooshed by them in a car. They couldn't even catch them. And there's going to be the finishing kill coming in from DLord. And yeah, he's going to finish one of the players still. And some fights going on. In the meantime, Road to Glory also will get eliminated. Galaxy Esports, after surviving for such a long time in such a difficult situation, are finally going to get wiped out of the server. DLord seem to be doing fine as of now. They do have all the vehicles they need. One of their players is low HP, but probably he's going to be healed very soon enough. So those were some really good engagements. Actually, not very mechanically. They weren't really based on the mechanics of the players, but they definitely were based on the strategy of the team. Some action to be seen here. Iconic is going to take down Mid-Choke with the flank. Is going to come right at behind 1-for-1. And he almost does it, but there's the backfire coming in from Negative. What exactly happened there? That's exactly why I say Negative comes in at the right time of the action, just bumping in and taking the advantage and coming in at the right time and, you know, setting themselves up for the win.
Yeah, Team Negative. I think those those are really the clearly tactics of a team that is going to be in a great position to be able to win this tournament. It's just the tacticality of them, right? The way that they approach this game is just something really beautiful, honestly. And I'm just not going to put a lot of time sort of emphasizing what they're doing here, because we've already talked about that enough. Motu Hamza on the other, Motu is able to take out Hamza on the other hand, and Gord is going to get eliminated as well. Team Step does not look to be in a great position right now. Zar takes out Hassan, who's sort of self-proclaimed MVP at the moment as well. DLord Alex is able to knocked out by Saqib, and Ray just sticks his head out of that car for just a moment, and Saqib just shot from them, and those are going to make quick work out of DLord Rage as well. Team 7 Sins, they seem to be in a great position this game. Let's see if they're able to translate that into a significant victory, or just a significant amount of points coming out for them.
Oh. Right now, he's taking a lot of damage. There's a nade. He's trying to pressure DLord as much as he can, but he has to be very cautious. But, you know, take the fire coming in like that just now. Drop shot already deep inside the enemy lines. It is gonna just go inside DLord's the area that they had captured and just spray down all of them one by one. And DLord has been eliminated from the game. Negative busted though. He has a visual on 7 Sins. He's just scoping in and out with the Scarl, and he might just be able to take some shots onto them and, you know, perhaps get some kills. For now, 7 Sins do have the cover of the smokes. They do have a little bit of time to get themselves healed up and patched up, but let's see how long that will last for, because Negative they're just on them. They're looking at them. They want the kills. They don't want to let them go easily.
Yeah, they do not want to let these players survive here out of here, but Team 7 Sins, as they keep running, I think this is a very risky approach coming out from them. Sakib and Hassan, they're both in the same vehicle, and this vehicle's HP is pretty low, and they are sort of surrounded by this negative players, right? So they have different angles on these players. So the smoke grenades are what they're using to try to ensure that they can survive, but hashtag, they end up using the Groza and making quick work out of Aqua. On the other hand, Team 7, since that vehicle ends up blowing up, and that it does a lot of damage, but then Step family, they end up losing 2 of their players to the vehicles blowing up, and Dropshot ends up making quick work out of them as well. And I think that sort of might end up spelling the end of Team Step family there. But Negatives, they have finally shown up again. The vultures were just in the air, roaming around, looking at their meat, their prey in front of them, and as soon as they see them in a vulnerable position, they just come in and secure those final kills as well.
Definitely Team Negative stepping in at the right time once again is going to wipe out
Oh.
7 Sins, and that Molotov is going to do a lot of damage to knocked out players, and they might lose their life to that Molotov. And Angry Gamers, while this all happened, have also been wiped out of the map. So Stepgoat is in that position. Xtreme Esports do have an idea of his position. He's going to get into an SUV and try to make his way out of there, but he's still getting some damage because of the blue zone. But still, hopefully enough, he is going to make his way inside. He's still receiving fire, really low HP. He's going to try and take the cover of his car, perhaps do some healings. He's going to try and give himself a smoke of cover. And yeah, there's the first aid. Will it be in time, or will the Negatives get to him real fast? That time will tell.
Yeah, I think time will definitely tell that story to the best of its ability. But right now, with how the circle has been shaping up, Stepcourt, he seems to be in a great position. But Team Negative, they are sort of they are trying to be very careful towards this angle that exists. Shahzil is able to take a lot of shots out here in Aqua OG. They have that player right in front of him in the form of Shahzil. He's trying to take that engagement head on, make sure that they can do some damage onto him. But Pinkman runs over Court in his car, and that will spell the end for Team Step family. Just ending him right there. Shahzil, he's just trying to survive. Just getting behind that cover from that vehicle, trying to make sure that he can get some angles onto them. But Shahir, Team NEG, now we're going to see what this squad is actually made of, right? Because now there's no opportunity to take advantage of any engagements that are happening. It is all on them and on their mechanical skill. One of their players has been knocked out, but they are safely within cover to be able to revive him up right now.
Xtreme Esports pressuring Negatives a lot. One of their players already has been knocked out. Shahir really doesn't revive at this point. Motu, though, not in the best of position he can possibly be, because he has lost a lot of HP as well. 69 taking some shots on GPA Psych. GPA Psych doing some quick reposition and going behind that ridge that is present there. That'll probably provide him with some cover, but still 3 players, 3 teams, actually 4 in a trifecta, not even trifecta, in a square right now. A battle with and a lot of damage being done to that car, which will result in Motu being knocked out. So it's Xtreme Geek to help his teammate out and possibly maybe give him a chance of coming back out of this game, but they're completely pressuring him, and there it is. There's the end of Xtreme Esports. They survived for long, but that's gonna be really it for them. They are knocked and eliminated out of the server. So 69 Esports, now they are the ones against Negative Esports. Beats are right in front of them, but currently there's a bit of a higher ground in between the both of the teams, so they can't really engage directly. Both of them are safe for now, and we might see some action in a while.
Yeah, and Negative, they are on the other hand engaging with the hashtag as well. So right now they might be able to finish him, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to use the vehicle to finish one of the players, but here they're going to spot out a different squad as well. So Pinkman is going to definitely delay that the rest of his team, and Adi gets taken out. Shahir makes quick work of him, and that is this entire squad of Hashtag getting eliminated at that fourth position as well. Team Hellraisers, they get eliminated as well. One of the best of the last few games, but Pegasus, that position being revealed for Team 69 is not good for them. One of the players get eliminated, and now there's only one other player alive, and that is Huzaifa. Pegasus someone has an idea, but now Huzaifa has sort of given his position away. Pegasus should be able to get a first aid kit off, and after that, the engagement just becomes much more interesting. We do have to consider that we have an entire squad right here as well, and that is Team GPA.
Definitely not a lot of squads left alive, only 3 with only 8 players remaining as well. Team Negatives just putting themselves back in their position after healing them, and there's the shot onto Huzaifa, who was, revealed the whole time. And why would Team Negatives let go of that opportunity? So they take of it and kill Huzaifa right away. So that's Team 69 eliminated from this map as well. Only 2 teams remaining. This is going to be the final battle for the chicken dinner, and who will be the one to take it? Team GPA closing up in on Team Negatives as fast as they can. Pegasus is on a complete flank right now. Team Negatives making use of the vehicles that they have of the best of their ability, and look at Pinkman, he's just going completely behind them. GPA won't even have an idea of what is happening. If he has the scope, he can perfectly do it, but he's already taking fire from the GPA players. GPA players already have an idea of his position that he's there, but still, he's going to be able to take down Uzair. That's 1 player down, 2 players alive, 1 knocked out. GPA Psych and the other player are going to try and move closer to the Pinkman, because that's all they can really do right now. But the other negative players are there for the support, and they're closing up on the player being revived. Let go of the revive, but still not enough. And yeah, Psych will be able to take down a negative player and get the chicken there.
A well-deserved chicken dinner coming out from Team Negative right there, right? They sort of shown to us, and they sort of proven to us that they are the better team today. And we were talking about the chicken dinner head-to-head between Team Hellraisers and Team Negatives, right? But they got 2 more chicken dinners as compared to Team Hellraisers coming out right there. 1 more chicken dinner, so edging that chicken dinner competition out as well. But just great gameplay coming out from Team Negative. I really loved the use of the vehicle towards the end of the game to ensure that they are the ones who are pressuring, and they are the ones who make their way into the circle, and they were the aggressors throughout in those final circles.
Definitely really amazing performance from Team Negative. Once again, the beautiful team coordination that you see from this team coming again into play in this map as well. The flank and the push from the front. So 3 players pushed from the front, and one of them decided to flank them with the vehicle. This was amazingly played by the Negatives, and of course it's going to give them the 3rd chicken dinner in the day for today. And all of them were on Erangel for some reason. I guess it's just their map, and they're not really letting anyone else get their hands on the chicken dinner.
Yeah, just generally great gameplay coming out from them. Just dominant strategies being deployed all around by Team Negative. Just having a better understanding of the game as compared to any other team, right? Especially the usage of the vehicle within the final zone, right? What we tend to see is that in the final zone, both of the teams will start, or the members will start crawling within the grass. But that's just not what they did. Pinkman was the aggressor with that vehicle. I think he knocked out 2 different members from 2 different squads within those final circles.
Definitely he did. And with this, we are going to go on a break. And after this, the giveaway winners are going to be announced. So stay tuned.
Hello, people. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Cup semi-finals, day number 2. 5 exciting games of PUBG being played out today, and just seems like a very interesting performance from all of these teams today, right? Holler, the way that they were approaching the game, the sort of understanding that they had of the meta, and most of the teams, their just performances were overall just super impressive.
Definitely, it was a really, really impressive. So, especially when you look at Team Negatives, they were just even if I mean, even behind the scenes, I was mentioning to you how their team coordination was just miraculous. It was amazing to even look at. You could really see a team, a formidable
नहीं
team
हाँ
playing
ये
on the
फायदा
map. And now after that, moving on to the chicken dinner winner again. Negatives on Erangel, they are now overall ranking of 2 with 2k damage done in the final map that was played today with 18 elimination points. That is really impressive, and that will amount to a total of 33 points gained.
Yeah, and we were sort of talking about the fact that Team Negatives were sort of the opportunistics, right? Where they
Yep.
would sort of lurk in the shadows, hide in the bushes, and wait for teams to be able to finish their engagements off, and then just sweep right in and finish everything off. But that was not what we saw from them in this game, right? 18 points from elimination. That is a huge number of points.
Definitely. And on when you see the damage done by the MVP, which is going to be Neg Pigman, it is over 900. So those are really impressive stats. Looking at the map that was finally played, the overall stats of the game, we had 59 total eliminations, 6k damage done. Not bad. That's actually really good for a map like Erangel. No healing battles done, sadly. So 69 total knockouts, 271 throwable use. That's good for Erangel. Obviously, that's above 250. So yeah, that's pretty normal for a map like Erangel. 14 total headshot. That's a good number. I like that. And 21 total rescues. And the longest shots is going to go to XT Ninja at 385. That's actually really long. I think that's the longest number we've seen in a while.
Yeah, that's definitely the longest number we've seen in a while, especially on Erangel, right? We sometimes see that sort of number on Miramar, and that's somewhat expected as well, but not on this map. So just generally a great performance coming out from all of the teams. But yeah, I'd like to talk a bit more in tune to Team Negative, right? The sort of performances that they've been giving up, the way that they've been playing, and how dominant they just have been on day number 2 today. So Team Negatives, they've been able to secure 3 chicken dinners, right? And we were sort of making this out to be a competition between Team Hellraisers and Team Negatives, where both of them had 2 chicken dinners each on this day today. But Team Negatives just being able to edge that out. So I think a lot of the teams will sort of now be looking looking towards Team Negatives to try to analyze the way that they're approaching the game. What is it that Team Negatives is doing that is proving to be, so that's proving to work out so well for them? And obviously, there's a lot of mechanical skill with all of the players in Team Negative. Not trying to take anything away from them, but I think that you really have to pick the mind of their in-game leader, because the way that they've been performing, it's just been amazing.
Definitely. Moving on to the mass summary of the players, we have negative Pinkman at the highest eliminations of 8, the highest damage done by GPA Uzair at 950. The highest assist is also going to go to Pinkman at 4. The longest elimination distance, as I mentioned, is going to go to XT Ninja at 385 meters, and the highest knockout is going to be Neg Buzzit at 5 knockouts in total. That is impressive.
Yeah, five knockouts coming out from him. That definitely is an impressive number, and it's just very refreshing to see that Team Negatives picked up the pace in aggression, right? Because I think in the last chicken dinner on this very same graphic, I was talking about how there was only one player from Team Negative because they had a more technical understanding, a technically oriented understanding of the game, right? So they weren't really being the aggressors, they weren't really getting a lot of kills in, doing a lot of damage, but that has sort of changed with this game.
Definitely, it has. Moving on to the match rankings that we have now, Team Negative is going to gain a total of 33 points, as we mentioned earlier, with 18 eliminations. That is a number, a huge number. And moving on to Team GPA, who finally, pumping up their stats, pumping up their performances, are now at position 2 with total 20 points. And 69 Esports also doing really well in the previous game and this one at position number 3 with a total of 12 points. Number 4 is going to be hashtag esports at 10. Number 5 is going to go to 7 Sins at 8 points. Hellraisers is going to be at number 6 with 7 points. Xtreme Esports is present at position number 7 with 6 points. Step Family also doing a little better than what they have been doing previously at 8th position with 5 points. DLord Exotic, they did get eliminated very early on, so it's fair that they are in position number 9. They are at total of 5 points. Team 141 and at 10th point with 5 points in total. Myth Esports also at 11th position with 4 points. Angry Gamers at 12th with 2 points. Pyro Esports at 13 with 2 points. Also, REDZONE Esports at 14th, 1 and 1 point for Galaxy and REDZONE Esports. And Road to Glory finally at the last with no points at all.
Yeah, I think this overall match rankings is a bit surprising for me because teams like Road to Glory, Galaxy Esports, Pyro, Team Angry Gamers, Myth Esports, these are not the squads that we usually expect to be on the lower side of the table, right? They usually are not because they're just one of the better performing teams and they have been performing really well across the semifinals. Okay, but talking about the eliminations and damage numbers that are coming out, Team Negative Esports, they just did a huge amount of damage in the last game, taking 18 kills for them, 2.1k damage. That is just really impressive coming out from them. Team GPA, their damage numbers look just as impressive, but they were just not able to convert that damage that they were able to deal into kills, right? 69 Esports, they had 2 kills with 1.4k damage being 10, and then the start fizzles out as you go a bit further down the table. Team HR, a very lackluster performance coming out from them. Maybe they were just tired towards the end of the day, but 500 damage with just 1 elimination.
Yep, that sounds about right. Moving on to the overall rankings, we have Hellraisers unmoved and undefeated from their position as of now with a total of 163 points. Point to be noted, their elimination points are actually quite higher than all of the other teams that we have here at 76 total points. Number 2, we have Team Negatives with a total of 137 points. That's also really high as they have been performing. Obviously, it should be that high. So Angry Gamers losing one of their positions by coming down a position below Team Negatives are now at 3rd position with a total of 111 points. Myth Esports at 4th with a total of 90. Pyro Esports at 5th with a total of 89. 69 Esports also gaining their position from the previous game and are now at 6th position with a total of 84 points. Hashtag Esports losing their positions and coming back down to 7th position are now at 84 points. Team GPA finally at 8th position are now at 75 points.
Yeah, just generally, I think that the first page has overall stayed somewhat the same. The Team Hellraisers on top. The Negatives have been able to get that second position, right? So just sort of crawling and making their way towards the top of that table. But if you look at the overall rankings, the 9th spot, the finals qualifying spot is with Galaxy Esports right now, especially after that performance that we had from them. It sort of makes sense that they've trickled down in terms of their positioning. And on number 10 is Road to Glory with 54 points. Xtreme Esports falling up just 1 point below them. And then 7th Sins is sort of the comeback story for our day today, right? The 7th Sins just did not look good or decent across all of the games being played yesterday, and today I didn't see a lot of interesting performances from them, but they still are at 43 points, so they're just they're just not 9 points, but they're somewhat closer to that 9th position with Galaxy Esports. REDZONE Esports coming down to 41, Team 141 at 39, Step Family at 35, and then DLord Exotics at 35 as well. So I would say there's a lot of tough competition for the teams at the second page, especially Galaxy Esports. They cannot just feel secure with the amount of points that they have right now, although they are qualifying currently. But the 5 games that we have tomorrow, everything could end up changing because RTG, Xtreme Esports, 7 Sins, they're all very close by and in hot pursuit of Galaxy Esports.
Definitely these teams at the very actually I'm really interested about these teams that are below the 9th position today, because tomorrow will be an extremely important day for these all. The disparity between their points as compared to the teams at the very top isn't really that big, right? Because if you look at Road to Glory or Xtreme Esports, they're not that far behind from Galaxy Esports, so they can easily take that 9th spot and actually qualify for in these semifinals. So it's really going to be interesting to see how it actually ends, right? Talking about the teams that are head to head right now, and it really sounds about right, are going to be Hellraisers and Teams Negative. Hellraisers being on the top and Team Negative following them. Both of the teams have played 10 matches. Hellraisers got 4 chicken dinners, which is amazing, and Negatives also got 3 chicken dinners, which is also pretty amazing, right? So placement points 87 and 80, not that far away. Elimination points, Hellraisers just defeating, leaving behind Negatives by a huge number at 76, and Negatives only having 57. The survival time isn't really that different, but that kind of shows how these two teams have been surviving till the very end of the game. The average damage is actually not that different as well. So that kind of changes the fact that Negatives don't really have that many elimination points, that even they just didn't really want to take. They were just knocking people out, I guess, and just delivering the damage that they really had to, but they weren't really going in with it.
Yeah, they weren't really, going into the server with all of their guns blazing, or just sort of trying to take those unnecessary engagements, sort of somewhat a trigger. I would call it their trigger discipline, or more of their tactical approach towards the game, right? Where they, again, I think we've already talked about this, but what really comes to the fact is that, sure, eliminations give you points, but I think eliminations are much more important when you're eliminating a squad that is preventing you from entering the circle, or you're eliminating a squad that is preventing you from getting that chicken dinner. So that is the sort of approach that we're seeing from Team Negatives. On the other hand, Team Hellraiser is sort of relying more on their more on their ability to be able to get those skills in. And if you look at the MVP rankings, right, at number 1 is Next with 22 eliminations, 4k damage done, and at on the second position is also another player from Team Hellraisers, Tears, with 21 eliminations, 3.6k damage. Team Negative Pinkman comes at the third position with 18 eliminations and 4.1k damage. So that is more damage than the two players that are ahead of him. Pyro's OP comes at 16 eliminations with 3.6k damage, and then Divine comes in at 16 eliminations with 3.4k damage.
Definitely. And looking at the players on the other side of the list is going to be number 6, Myth Levi. Once again, Myth Levi with 14 eliminations, 3,000 damage delivered. On number 7th, we have Fofo. I've seen this players doing a lot, honestly. So 18 eliminations for him and 2.8k damage done. Not that far away from Myth Levi. Number 8 is going to be Romeo YT from also Hellraisers, and he is at 15th position, 15 eliminations with 3k damage done. That is massive. Actually, more damage done by Myth Levi or Fofo. On 9th, we have 69 Blades with 14 eliminations and 3.3k damage done. And on the bottom, well, not really the bottom, because these guys are the MVPs. So 16 eliminations and 2.8k damage done by 69 Nobix.
Yeah, just a great gameplay coming out from the players of Team HR, right? To sort of see that on the MVP page, out of the 10 slots that exist, 3 are members of a Team HR, and that only leaves 1 member, right? And I'm pretty sure that player has been playing in more of a support capacity for the rest of his squad, so that these 3 individuals can shine very brightly on this page. So just great gameplay coming out from Team HR, right? Just really the squad that we need to be talking about today, in terms of how they take those eliminations, because it's not like that Team HR sort of deployed a dormant strategy like Team Negative had, where they were being more tactical about it. It's not like Team HR was not being tactical, but it's just that they could rely more on their firepower, on their players' technical prowess, their their mechanical ability to be able to get some kills going.
Definitely. Now we do have the players head to head on our screens, which are going to be Next from Hellraisers and Negative Pinkman from Team Negatives. So it is 22 eliminations against 18 eliminations, respectively. 22% headshot versus 22.2%. Not really that big of a difference, just in the decimals. So, and coming on to the damage, it is also very, very comparable. It's really close. 4k damage versus 4.1k damage. Throwables are somewhat more than on the next side, 78 versus 63. Average survival time is almost negligibly different. And on total assists, we have the equal number of assists. So these players really are head to head right now, because the stats are almost similar. Everything, even the total damage. So the only thing putting them apart right now is the eliminations and the throwables, which is a fair enough difference, I guess.
Yeah, it is a decent difference, but yeah, just to give our spectators, our audience, a bit of a rundown of the entire day. The first game was played on Erangel. Team Negatives were able to get the chicken dinner with 13 eliminations on that game, with dominant performance coming out from them. The next game on Miramar, that went to Team Hellraisers, that got 16 eliminations. After that, we went to Erangel again, where Team Negatives just proved themselves to be the better team with 6 eliminations. Team HR proved themselves to be the better team on Sanhok with 18 eliminations, and then Team Negatives just finishing the day off extremely strong again on Erangel with 18 eliminations.
Definitely really good games to be seen here. Although some interesting stat is that Team Negative won the Erangel with only 6 eliminations. It shows how strategic they are in terms of a team. They don't, as we've mentioned almost 10 times now, that they really have a different approach to the game compared to the other teams that we have. Because Hellraisers, they just go all out, and with 16 and 18 kills, they definitely got 2 chicken dinners for themselves today.
Yeah, just securing a large amount of chicken dinners and just sort of proving to us that they are the better team today. So between these two teams, Team HR and Team well, my mind just went blank. Team Negatives, they had 7 chicken dinners out of those 10 games that were being played today. So that just really is a very, it's a statement, right? You put 10 exclamation marks at the end of the dart, because that's the sort of statement that they've been making here with these games. They're showing you how dominant these two teams are and how they're just out for blood. They're not taking it lightly at all.
So now we're gonna announce the winners for our giveaways. We did announce the 3 winners before
Fingers crossed.
the I don't know what match, but we did. But I am just gonna repeat the first 3 winners as well. So a winner of match 1 is Zaman Bakut, character ID 534-709-5322. The winner for match 2 will be Ayed Dawood, who is the character ID for whom is 516-463-13175. Winner for match 3 is KGF Boost, whose character ID is 541-366-0484. Winner number 4 for the match 4 is going to be Zafar, for whom the character ID is 529-976-348. And the last winner that we have for the final match is Cricket by Salar, character ID 512-717-99111.
Congratulations, you guys. Congratulations on winning those mobile phones. And the other thing is that you can end up messaging the PUBG mobile page on Facebook with your character ID and, any sort of proof that you have to prove that you are, in fact, the player with those character IDs. So just make sure that you end up claiming your prize so that it does not end up going to the next person in line.
Definitely. So, this is
So-
about to end, right? How did you feel about these 2 days in general?
Honestly, these 2 days have been super exciting with the sort of top quality, top tier PUBG that we've been seeing, and we've seen these players play. That just gets me really motivated to get back into the game and sort of line into certain specific areas with my squad and deploy the same strategies that these teams have been deploying. Although the effectiveness of those strategies might not be quite somewhat there as these players have, but we're sort of getting there as well.
I mean, personally, yeah, I would probably get back into PUBG after casting PUBG this much. But honestly, the competitive scene, I am probably never getting into it. It is just too much. It is just too much of a hassle to get into. Still, though, PUBG itself is an enjoyable game because I've been casting it for 2 days, and all the memories that I got playing it back then, before, like 2 years before, they're all just coming back to me now, and I definitely am feeling like getting back to it. So with that being said, we are finally going to be taking the final break, I guess, and the stream is going to end after this. See you all tomorrow.
All right, take care, guys.